just some of the audio. We're playing Somnium Falls tonight. I don't know if I'm willing to commit saying that I think we're gonna finish the game tonight, because I always feel so. I would normally, the normal thing for me to do is be like, oh yeah, I'm totally we're gonna finish this tonight, and then it's like 3 more streams, right? That's the normal experience here. I think it's actually gonna be 2 more streams, including tonight. I think it's gonna be this night and 1 more stream of this, is my guess. So I'm calling it now. But we are at the point in the game where there's only big revelations to come and such. I feel this is the same type of thing you would get in like the Zero Escape series games, where you have these different timelines and you're figuring out, like you did the beginning, the first half of the game is like setting up the scenes, right? And then everything comes rushing to you story-wise, as far as like reveals go, key plot developments. And so we're in the thick of that, where we're seeing characters' motivations. Okay, yeah, this is right where we ended the last stream. I remember now. I was a little thrown off there. Oh, look at that. It's unlocked. Look at that. So we got to... Let me zoom out here. So we got to here, where it says you are here. And got a second locked progression-esque moment. Which is crazy, because, let me see, what was it? Deep in the forest. Oh, we're deep in the forest. Renju and Hitomi discovered the corpse. Okay, so last stream we learned about the killing of Monica, the young 19-year-old woman giving birth, or about to give birth, to Iris, right? And then we basically learned Hitomi, which is Iris's fake mom, who ended up raising Iris, basically, was the key reveal here. Her and Renju kept it kind of a secret that Monica was killed by the Yakuza people. And then we saw the gross scene where the guy took Monica's eyeball out. Stuff of that nature. Put her in a hole. Things like that. So basically the big reveal was that Hitomi, not Iris's real mother. I kind of felt like that was sort of coming. If I'm being 100% honest, something like that was coming. And then we learned Monica as like a character. She looks a lot like Iris. She was actually the dead body that we were seeing whenever we thought it was Iris dead. So that's a thing. And yeah, I mean, was there anything else? Let me see. Found Renju's corpse. Yes, and then we ended up seeing Renju's corpse. So less than ideal. Now we take that all the way back here, and this is unlocked. So, and if you recall this, we're gonna see probably shady intention, shady dealings with Boss, right? If the video was to be believed, Boss killed So. So she might have killed Sejima. And because So had his left eye taken out, Boss must be the new Cyclops killer. Quite the claim. The way this is written out, I'm going to assume that that's not the case. That's false. That is a false statement, but I guess we'll see, right? Let's get some Boss background. Let's get some Boss lore, right? Let's learn who Boss is. She's one tough cookie. What's the fucking phrase? Girl boss, gatekeep, fucking gaslight, gatekeep, girl boss. I don't know what the fuck that. But basically, that's her. I don't know.
Guys.
Okay, so Sejima dead.
Sejima.
Or not dead. Now he's dead. So this is the video that we're watching.
Why?
We are not seeing this live.
Why?
I'm trying to catch you up on the happenings that happened here. Hi, boss. Boss?
What's going on here? Why did Boss kill So?
Yeah. Why did she, Date? Let's talk to Aiba.
Shoko was killed around 5 p.m. Friday. What was Boss doing at that time?
Unknown.
She's looking pretty shady. Boss's alibi for Renju's murder. I forgot to read the thing, but I think it said Boss's alibi for Shoko's murder and then Renju's murder.
What about Saturday, 8 p.m.?
The time Renju was killed? Similarly unknown.
Boss's alibi for Iris and Ota's murder. Oh yeah, in this timeline, like, everyone died. Like, everyone was falling left and right. No one was being saved.
Iris and Ota were killed at different times. I was watching the stream on the call with Boss.
Only the first few minutes. The polar bear had not yet appeared on stream. It is possible that she made the call from somewhere off camera.
Where was Boss's phone at the time? Check her cell records.
She did not call from a mobile phone. She used a PC. Using a VPN service, she could have accessed her Abyss PC from the warehouse and made the call.
Oh, okay. I don't believe it. Boss?
Boss is the new Cyclops killer?
Well, he says boss.
Shoko, Renju, Iris, Ota, So. Boss killed them all?
The evidence makes that a likely possibility. So also had his left eye removed, identical to Shoko, Renju, and Iris.
Something just doesn't sit right with me. I don't believe this. This is a red herring. Or, I don't know if I'm using that phrase, that term correctly, but...
I know where the boss is. I have picked up her GPS.
Where?
She is now...
right behind you!
at the Sagan residence.
Oh, okay.
Somewhere inside Hitomi's house.
That's not good.
What?
That would have been freaky if she was like, she's right behind you. It would have been cool, maybe. Would have been like, alright, Date, get ready. Get behind the desk. I drew my gun from its holster and barged into the house.
Hitomi! Hitomi!
I called for her, but there was no reply. I didn't see Boss either.
Iva, call Boss's phone.
On it.
Uh-oh. Is that the phone in the background there? I was like, I barely noticed it. It was like just a light. Oh, it's a bag of flour. The sound of the vibration is louder. I'm close. Oh, I don't get to actually...
The boss's phone.
Oh, shit.
What? Are we framed?
Kaname Date, you were under arrest for murder.
Oh, oh!
The hell?
Oh, no.
Drop your weapon. Comply.
Oh, shit. She framed us, didn't she? Oh, that's some bullshit. She knew we would come there. It was a trap. Oh, shit. She's 2 steps ahead of us.
Boss?
Damn it. I don't know. Let's try talking to the SWAT guy. I didn't kill anyone.
I didn't kill anyone. Please believe me.
They are not listening to you.
Maybe I just gotta try harder. Please lower your weapons.
Please, lower your weapons. You drop your guns, I'll drop mine.
Date, do you really think these officers will listen to you?
But what
No.
choice do I have?
Okay, well. What are my options? What is this? This is a baking? Is this a cooking mag? It's like they're just surrounding him and he's like looking at the magazine. It's like interested in whatever is on the cover. Dun, dun, dun. Okay, asking her, did you kill the 5 victims is weird to lead off. I think, boss, what the fuck are you doing would be my first question.
I could ask you the same thing. You killed Shoko Nadami, didn't you?
That's ridiculous. What are you talking about?
Oh, there's some good acting going on right now.
Don't lie.
Did you kill the 5 victims?
Are you kidding me?
You're the new Cyclops killer.
What? Why do you think that?
You put a gun to So's head and pulled the trigger. I saw it with my own eye.
Shut up! Shut up! Stop lying!
Where's Satomi?
I don't know. She was gone when I got here.
Why did you come here?
Why would I tell you?
Wait, fight? Am I just fight her?
This is going nowhere.
Are you going to fight?
I guess so.
I have no choice.
I recommend against it. You have 0 chance of winning a firefight.
Well then, what can I do?
Let me think.
Oh shit, we're going into the Mind Palace. Probably gonna have a weird QT moment. Oh my god, he's gonna use the bag of flour. I can't believe it. I can't fucking believe it.
Date, what is that on the kitchen table? Could it be your favorite thing?
What?
The magazine.
You want me to look at a magazine now?
Just look.
Can't be. This is the stuff of legends. Only the most diehard
I
fans
can't
ever laid
fucking
eyes
believe
on
this
it.
game. You got this, Date. Oh shit. Oh, I'm supposed to... I'm doing a thing. I'm doing a thing. Oh my god, nice flashing there. Jesus.
Wow! Limited edition!
Why'd they fire at the bag of flour? What? Okay.
Date, load Evolver with firebomb bullets. Shoot at the cloud.
Why?
I don't think this is how this works at all.
Just do as I say, and fast.
Am I gonna ignite the flour? Is that how science works? Drop the magazine. Please. Please. I don't know. Maybe I'm dumb, but I'm not an expert, but I just don't think flour's flammable like that. I don't think that's how this works. But again, I don't understand science. You cannot just kill her like that. What is this
She
trophy?
is probably just unconscious.
What is this trophy? Am I to believe that the title is, I mean, horny housewives in hell?
Her right shoulder and left leg suffered damage, but she will live.
What a strange game.
A dust explosion, huh? Good thinking.
Thank you.
A dust explosion, did he say? A dust explosion. Well,
But you could have just had me throw the bag of flour.
That would have been too slow. To improve your reaction time, I had to improvise.
Mm-hmm. Anyway, let's have a look.
not the time.
Hey, this is just a cooking magazine.
That's what I thought. Isn't that a funny moment? Boing, boing.
Boss is still unconscious.
Oh, we're gonna dive into her thing. Okay.
However, her brainwaves are stable. Syncing with her shouldn't be an issue.
Put her in the machine. Why would I want to talk to her? The sync machine.
Date, talking to her would be pointless.
I agree.
You do know that, don't you?
I decided to sync with her. Asking questions would just be wasting time. Besides, even if she was awake, can't imagine that she would take kindly to an interrogation. Tomi still hasn't been found. I have a bad feeling about this. But there's a good chance that boss knows where she is. How would I get that information? Getting into her head would definitely be the quickest way. That's why I brought her here. Who am I? Do I speak to Pewter here? Why are you so cooperative?
Because I know that the boss is my enemy.
Okay.
I got the video from Iba. I processed it and found that it showed no sign of tampering or editing, which means there can be no mistake. The boss shot and killed Sosejima after pulling out his left eye. That makes the odds of her being the culprit behind the other murders very high. Or maybe she had accomplices. Either way, she's a criminal. That's why I am cooperating with you, Special Agent Date. I want it as bad as you do. The truth.
The truth. Where's 89?
I had him put back behind bars.
In Fuchu prison.
That's right. I couldn't keep him here.
How's boss?
She has broken her right shoulder, as well as the fibula of her left leg. But her brain is perfectly healthy. You can sync with her.
Alright, let's go.
Pewter, are the preparations done?
Ready anytime.
Let's get started.
Dun-dun-dun-dun-dun-dun-dun-dun. Puzzle time.
Date.
Starting the night off with a puzzle.
I know. 6-minute time limit. I'll be back before time's up.
What if he was like, no, there's no limit this time?
Well then, let's begin.
Get in there and figure it out. Body switch with the boss. Where is this? What are you doing?
Time to loosen up.
Do you always have to come in like that?
It is of the utmost importance.
At a time like this?
Times like this are perfect. Anyway, it appears to be an abandoned factory of some kind.
What could boss be hiding here?
Somnium scan. Activate.
But why are you like this? Why are you the way you are? Alright. 1 lock. 2 lock. 3 lock. 4 lock. Oh, mannequin scared me. Sinking in the refrain. Open the door to boss's truth. Boss is hiding something. Reveal the truth of the new Cyclops serial killings. Oh boy. Okay. Let's take a look at this map. What do we at here? We got door 0 or door D? I don't know. Door looks like a D. Well, no, looks like a 0. I compared it to the D in door and it's not the same. Door 0, door 1, door A, ladder 1F, and a cord. Oh wait, there's different floors. Look at this. Oh, that's like a first, yeah. Alright, let's check. Wait, where's door A? Damn it. Come on.
A door that looks like the anywhere door.
The anywhere door? What does that mean? What are you talking about? Open 1 sec. Seems like a good time investment.
It appears to be locked.
Okay, so the first lock is just open the first door. But I got a 1/6 time here. I'm gonna say maybe something with the ladder or the cord, but I think that's blocked off, so I can't really like go in it.
A rusted metal door.
Break lock with pick. Investigate. Put pick in keyhole. Break lock with pick. Put pick in keyhole. I'm gonna say probably would want to do this. Probably want to not try to bash a lock with a pick.
It is no use. The ice pick will not work as a key.
Oh, it's an ice pick. I feel as if I've been bamboozled. What kind of pick? How would I thought it meant like a, I don't know, like a hairpin or something. Again, like I said, I feel like I've been bamboozled a bit. I should probably check the other door because these things are expensive. Oh, okay. I don't think that's gonna help. Well, really just wasting time then, aren't I? Timey. Oh, no. Did I get a timey? Did I just not use it last time? I don't know. I don't know what I did.
Break the lock with that.
Oh, the ice pick is literally right in front of it.
Roger.
Oh, I didn't even.
I will try.
I blinded that so bad. Why?
It worked.
All right, open it.
Uh-oh. Oh, God. Purple man. Jesus. Stop. Yes, I get it. The keys.
One of them must be the right one.
I do not have time to try all of them.
Hopefully there's
Door
some
just
kind of
closes.
sign.
Indeed.
Alright. Alright, first lock, done. Open the second door. So I'm going to imagine the second door means door... not 0. The door A that we probably already did. I need a key. The question becomes which of these keys, and how would I know which key?
Agent Date, you've got 5 minutes.
Key 5, key 2.
It's a key.
Oh, why do I have a times 10?
It's a key.
Ugh.
Whoa!
That's what?
Doesn't look like this is it.
It could be related to what we saw beyond the door.
That doesn't help.
It's a key. The ice pick is next to this key.
Is that it then?
Appears to be correct.
That's what I said.
The tag is labeled A.
I was right. Give me some credit.
That must mean you can use this key for something labeled A.
Come on.
Dante just wants his credit.
You've got 4 minutes.
A door that looks like the anywhere door.
Go.
Perhaps we can use the key I just picked up.
Yeah, try that.
Get in there.
It opened.
Into the abyss. Into the abyss presence.
Odd. Isn't this the 3rd floor? What is going on here?
Looks like the floors are connected in a weird way.
Quite the troublesome dream.
Oh, you're telling me, Iba. Okay, so that wasn't the second door it's talking about. It's gonna be one of these. Door. Why does? Oh. Door. Door A is where we just came from. So I'm gonna imagine I don't head back through there. What is pipe? Pipe? Control panel. I imagine we gotta get to the pipe in the control panel, which would mean we have to get to D and then walk around. Which would mean we would go... Can we, like, walk across the yellow, like, catwalk looking thing? Like, turn around. Walk across. And then... Door B.
A door with B written on it.
I want to just open it. That seems bad. That seems not correct. I'm gonna go... Oh no. No! I kicked the wrong thing. Oh! Didn't mean to pick that one. Kick.
Much.
Damn it. I meant to use a timing, but it's fine. Whatever. It worked.
This is the second floor, but it is clearly not the door I just opened.
It's like a maze. I have to remember what door goes where.
Oh, if it's memory, then I'm fucked. Okay, well. So spit me out on the second floor, yeah. Oh, it's awkward. Oh, there's so many doors, dude. What the hell? No. Oh, this actually sucks. All there is C.
Door C.
Try tackle.
That was easy.
It was.
Oh, going back through this is gonna be a pain.
Oh, we're on the second floor again.
We leave the second floor and come right back to it? This is confusing.
Both me and Dante hate this.
You have 3 minutes, Dante.
So then we can walk across the catwalk again. And it looks like we're given steel drum. 2-door ease. Wait. Oh, that's blocked off. I gotta go all the way around. Duh. I didn't interpret the map correctly at all. What was that?
A bookshelf. There is an obvious wire tied to it.
Push. Slide in the gap. Why is slide in the gap? I don't trust it.
An oil drum hung with wire.
Push? Yeah, push, right? Because then or is it gonna be lift? I mean, the wire is tied to the drum as well. So it's either like lift it above your head and throw it off the thing or push it off the thing. Like, I don't know which of the two. Nice. Okay, so it was push. It was too heavy to lift. I didn't really notice the gap in the railing there, so.
Guess you should check that door.
I guess you should check that door as well.
A rusted metal door.
Why the hell is it? have to use
It
that.
does not appear to be locked.
Oh, I see some strangulation going on. So we're just seeing how everyone died, which we kind of already knew. So we just now have to experience it again. So that's great.
This again.
What is key
So we
bullshit?
can't just grab one. We have to be careful.
Alright, where did they put the keys? Key 250. What do the times mean? 8, 5, 3:45, 2:50? Are those times that Renju was murdered? The time we think Renju was murdered? Because if that's the case, there's no way in hell I remember. I don't remember when Renju, what time. He was killed. Was it late at night? Was it? Oh fuck. I mean. I'm gonna rule out the one that's right next to me. That seems like it's a bad choice. I want to pick either 11, 5, or 250. Let's go with 5.
It's a key with a watch beside it. The hands indicate 5 o'clock.
In the morning?
No, that is not what I mean.
I'm gonna have like no time. What is this bullshit?
It's a key with a watch beside it. The hands indicate 2:50.
I can only pick like ones that.
It's a key with a watch beside it. The hands indicate 8 o'clock.
Give me that one. Let's try it. What happens?
Is this the correct answer?
Saturday night at 8 matches Renju's estimated time of death.
Huh? I can't believe it. I can't.
D is written on the tag. Let's go, Date.
I can't believe I've done it. Although I'm already about to
The
lose
D
out
door.
on the time
I will
remaining
try the
being
key.
60 seconds.
Yeah, try it.
So
It opened.
this is definitely going to be a one where I have to replay it to get the time, I'd imagine.
This door too.
Okay. Let me see. Pipe control panel. Pipe control panel.
A broken pipe. Steam is leaking out.
Cover kick, smell. Don't think smelling is going to be the option. It's going to be cover kick. I would imagine kick to divert the steam to the control panel area that we kind of saw right back there. Yeah, that's what I thought. Or
Oh, it's just as I calculated.
You were surprised, admit it.
okay, thought that was gonna.
A rusted metal door. Most of the ice is gone now. I I can open this door.
Oh god, not this one. No, it sucks. It's absolutely brutal. Oh, we don't have to watch it again. Great. That's generous of the game.
This key has control panel written on the tag.
Control panel? The one right there?
So, unless it's some kind of miracle here, I think anything times 10 is going to bring me down under the 60-second time limit, so that's upsetting. But I don't think...
Rows of monitors and buttons.
Insert key.
There!
Hope my memory is good so I can get this done easily next time.
So?
I see. If we move the scaffold, a new route appears.
Okay, let's move it.
Rows of monitors and buttons.
Sleep. Rotate key. Press switch. Wait, do I have to actually... Yeah, press switch. Right?
Rows of monitors and buttons.
Yeah.
Hey, it got stuck.
This button is indeed the one needed to move the scaffold, but...
Huh. There might be another step we have to do first.
No fucking way. I don't have time. There's no time, Date. Control panel, door. Well.
Date, you're out of time.
Yeah, you're telling me, dude. We're fucked.
Door D prime.
I literally... I have no time. We lose. I'm curious, where would that... What then am I supposed to do? Door E? E prime? Where did we come from before? E or E prime or none?
Door E.
I mean, it doesn't matter at this point. I'm out of time everywhere. What do I do here? What? Oh.
Date, there is no time left.
I think this is the first time I've just completely ran out of time during
Damn
these
it,
puzzles.
what the hell is Boss up to?
Well, you lose. Oh, I've got to fucking... Just fucking fast forward. It's okay. I don't need to see that again. Alright, let's remember what I did, yeah? We have... What is ladder? We never figured out... Ladder cord? Is that one of the last things we'd have to do maybe then? Okay, so first thing we do is go easily pick this thing.
A rusted metal door.
Break
Yeah.
the lock with that.
Yeah, do the thing.
I will try.
Alright, I forget I can fast forward at this point. Okay, easy first one. And then it's key 1.
It's a
Agent Date, you've got 5 minutes. Agent Date, you've got 4 minutes.
Time goes by so quick.
A door that looks like the anywhere door.
Open. Came out. Go across. What did I do at this point? I guess I don't have much of a choice, right? I'm also trying to keep an eye for like the hidden object.
A door with B written on it.
I think I kicked this one, right?
Hmm. Door C.
And then this one I think I tackled.
We leave the sec.
You have 3 minutes, Date.
Let me see if there'd be any benefit to push, slide in the gap. I'm curious if slide in the gap is an answer. Because it's, I mean, if I pick the one, let's see what happens. We can redo it if I need to. She can't do it, can she? Oh, she's trying. I believe in you, Aiba. Is she gonna do it? No.
I suppose it isn't possible.
That that was a big no. Let's go ahead and just rewind that then. Because then I lost the 1 second timing. That's really good.
You've got 5 minutes.
It's a key.
Pick up key. Go to door.
Agent Date, you've got 4 minutes.
Thanks, Peter. I appreciate it. Open.
Odd.
Turn around. Go through this thing. Go back down ladder.
A door with B written on it.
I think tackle, okay, what I think I found is tackle, both tackle and kick open allow you to pass through the door, right? The only thing is one is 6 seconds, one is obvious 30 seconds. That's obvious, right? But you pick the higher time thing and you get the better timey, or you pick the lower time thing and you get this still good third timey, but not as good as a sixth. So I'm trying to think, like, is it a better investment for me to do this? I think in theory it would be, I mean, I'm not a science expert clearly about the powdery gun blast thing. Also not a math expert, so.
It was.
But I think that's what the logic is that if you have something,
This is the second
you
floor,
should pick the
but it
60
is
seconds so
clearly
that
not the door I just
you
opened.
use your thing that you already have on the 60 and then get back a 1/6.
It's like a maze. I have to remember what door goes where.
So you're constantly like cycling good I like timey. I hate that they're called timies. I wish they had a
Door
better name.
C.
So again, I'm gonna go 1/6 and tackle it again.
Well, now
I mean, I click tackle, I pick
We're
kick
on the
door, and it
second
looks like the
floor
same
now.
animation. So I don't believe this game. for a second. Okay, so we can't slide past the shelf. So we can just do what we had been doing. I gotta remember here. So when I...
An oil
Go ahead and push. That opens that.
You have 3 minutes, Dante.
Thank you, Peter.
A rusted metal door. It does not.
No, no, Renju. Renju, no! Okay, which... I picked up this one, didn't I?
It's a key with.
Yeah. Okay, so this flashes D, but we never actually gone through these doors. E, right? E or E prime. And if I go down here, what are these? A ladder and a cord. I think this is going to be worth...
Door E prime.
experimenting? Did that literally just take me to the same? Okay, we should experiment through that. Did I?
Door E.
Okay, so going through E prime takes me right back to here. E. Oh my god, Amazon. Or no, stop, don't. Oh god, stop talking to me. Oh no, machine's taking over. That scared the shit out of me. What did I say that made it sound like the dreaded name? Okay, so both of these doors don't do shit, but going through E gives you a 1 second. Which I think is important to go grab. Okay, so let's do that. Let's go here.
It's a key with a watch beside it. The hands indicate 8 o'clock.
Yes. The voice, the levels, the audio levels on those two lines was
Is
weird.
this the correct answer?
Saturday night.
You have less than 2 minutes. Hurry.
Shut up.
Door E.
Oh, see, door E. Well, I don't want to get rid of... But I think that might be pivotal to keep in mind, maybe? Where does that go? What are these doors? C. B prime? There's a thing in the way. What the fuck? I'm wasting my time. My precious time.
The D door.
I don't... So we kick. Give a good kick. The open door. Don't want to see it.
Road.
That already takes me down.
There.
I don't understand. The time.
Dante, seconds.
Fucking computer. The pressure.
Door D prime.
The pressure's getting to me. Okay, I think it's worth
Door.
to do this just to get the 1 second. At this point, I'm just concerned beating the puzzle, because I'm not even convinced I can. I mean, where does one go from here? What is this? It's just blocked. Oh, this is not making any sense to me. E's don't do anything. C. And it sucks because you can't really experiment well because you don't have time to like fuck around. The fact that that's blocked off is bad. D.
Date, you're out of time.
Bruh. Well.
Date, there is.
The game's really. This is like the first. This is the hardest. I mean, I might as well do this because it's not. It's clearly not a good run anyway. This is the totally the most difficult puzzle we've had here. Open the fourth door. Wait, did I not do... Whoops. I think I was supposed to. Let me try this because it would leave me technically a bit more time.
This computer controls the factory's electronics. It appears to require a key to activate.
I mean, not obviously much
Rows
time.
of monitors and buttons.
Less than 1 minute. Hurry.
God, computer, like... You act as if I'm not trying.
Door deep. Door E.
Here's, does going through these doors do anything else? I don't think it does it? No. Those are blocked off.
Date, 30 seconds.
Fucking hell, I'm trying.
Doors.
And then B.
Door B prime.
Prime. And now we're back here. There's just no time. I don't know what I am
Date, you're out of
fundamentally doing wrong.
A door with A prime written on it.
I'd hate to have to use a guide, but like I also don't want to keep doing this. This sucks so bad. This sucks so bad. Okay, so I'm back on the first floor. Ladder and cord. I don't know. Like, and it sucks. The mechanics of this game makes it so that you can't like go around and try to
Date,
explore.
There is no time left.
Damn it, what the hell is Boss up to?
All right, this one feels just so. Let me see, Boss Somnium. Is it this one? I don't think it's this one, right? It's gotta be one of these, right? Ba-dum-bump, ba-dum-bump-ba-bump, bump-bump, ba-dum-bump. That's not what I want. Okay, I found it actually. Let me see, which one is this going to be? I think... Okay, I found something good. Okay. So yeah, I don't want to keep failing at this, and then I could probably spend. This one just feels so much more shitty compared to the other ones, and that's saying something, because we've had some hard puzzles here. And it's not even fair. Sometimes you call these puzzles, they're not even really puzzles. They're just random chance. You know what I mean? Alright, here we go. So yes, if you're keeping track at home, I am using a guide on this puzzle because
A rusted metal
that was 2 full attempts there with some retries in there at certain checkpoints where it felt like I was not anywhere near where the hell I was supposed to be at. Okay. Bam. Now the good news, right, is that we've seen most of the little things that play out during this,
A door.
so we can speed through. Okay, so this guide is already a lot smarter than I. So they went to try open the door to expend the bad time there,
It's a.
if that makes sense. Pick up.
The tag is labeled A.
Cool.
Odd.
And then, oop, moon camera. I always fuck up the movement of the map is the way they map the map controls with the zoom in and the
4 minutes.
actual like physical movement of the map is still breaks my brain every time.
B.
Okay, so the one thing this guy doesn't do is it doesn't tell me when to use my times, but I think I should be able to deduce that much at least. I think I can rub my 2 brain cells enough to try to figure out what's the best to do.
Door C.
I'll actually be curious to see just how close I was to getting this done by myself. It's probably one fundamental thing I was like missing, you know? It's the annoying part. So what did I just do? I did C, right? Yeah. So now E. Oh, I see. Yeah, it'll be E so that I can get the 1 second, I would imagine. See, I had the right idea. I was doing...
Door.
I had thought to do this.
An oil drum hung.
Push.
A rusted metal door.
I felt like I was about to misclick the wrong thing there, and then it would be 9 seconds and it would just fuck me up.
This again.
Okay, so it says door E open again. Can you keep going through door E, picking up multiple 1 seconds? Is that maybe a thing I didn't know?
Door E.
Oh, no, it's to do it to get rid of the bad times 10 again. Understandable. You know what? I didn't consider doing that. I will hand it...
3 minutes, Date.
I'll hand it to the game.
It's a key with a watch beside the hands.
Go and pick up.
Is this the correct answer?
Saturday.
Okay, so we picked up. Let me see. Picked up door D open. Door D open. So that's, yeah, we did that. The D door.
I will try the key.
Yeah, try.
Do it. Pipe kick. Pipe kick. I'm curious what happens when you
This
if you
door
try
too.
covering it. I wonder if it's a failed state. Or not a failed state, you know, but like a lose or a non-successful action.
A broken.
I'll go ahead and use that. Kick. Bam. Door 3 open. Okay, so the thing is, they do the investigate thing. So I had this idea too of like, oh, investigate. That'll save you a bit of time, right? Oh. Oh, I feel stupid. I feel dumb. Okay, well.
Rows of monitors and buttons.
So you insert key, and then you start fucking around with the
Rows of
control panel.
monitors and
I guess
buttons.
I should have thought of that. I guess I should have done it. You have to rotate the key. Wow. Wow. Incredible. So that's how you get it to
Rows
fit
of
then.
monitors and buttons.
Alright. Okay.
Oh,
I see.
I don't know if I would have gotten that. I don't know if I would have been smart enough to think.
Rows of monitors and buttons.
Because I just saw the movement. Oh, the thing moves, and I see my whole thing was like, oh, I've got to move something away from the control panel so that the bridge can go across, was my whole thinking. And I wasn't like thinking like, oh, I can monitor or manipulate the control panel here. So.
it extended.
It did extend. What is this? Why am I getting this view?
Now we can use the route to door B.
That means I just need to open the B prime door. Okay. The game was very handy in telling me that.
Door D.
Go ahead and use third, because this guide also handfully says that this is where I can get the but this is where I get the hidden object, I have to imagine. Is it here?
You
Oh.
have less than 2
Was that there
minutes.
before and I just didn't pick it up and didn't see it? If that's the case, then oh boy. Okay, so C prime now. Yes. Come on, I'd better get this in under 60 at this point. Wait, do I have to go just all the way around this? I think so. Run, Iba, run! Run! C prime? Yes.
Door C prime.
Now B prime. Just right next to me.
Door B prime.
Getting closer. Oh, hey, Tracoloma. What's up? What's up? Door F. Kick open. Door F. What the fuck is that? So I imagine I have to... Oh, I'm over here. Oh, dude, I thought I was... For some reason, I thought Ibo was right here. Finish Disco Elysium. Oh, how'd you like it? And you stuck with it that long? Like, I knew you were playing it before, but I just assumed, like, you dropped off and then we're never gonna, like, finish it. If I'm being 100% honest.
Door F. This is the first time we've seen it.
Yeah. If I want to be under... If I want to have over... My best chance is this. Because I don't have enough time to...
The first floor. This is the first time we've been here.
The intro was just too long. Oh, that that explains it then.
Big door.
The
If
big
we can
door.
see what's in there, we'll figure something out.
Oh, we're gonna get some kind of reveal. Okay, so it says ladder. Ladder. Right next to me. Ladder.
An iron ladder.
Oh, what the hell?
Ready?
Try tackling that ladder. Nice. Oh, look, dominoes, dude. Use the creepy mannequins. Oh, this is just unbelievable.
Whoa!
Whoa! It's very good. Radio on this one,
This Somnium
Oh,
is
I haven't
awfully
like
dangerous.
checked Discord in forever. So maybe I'll get around to checking that. I'm trying to even open up Discord less now, recently, for reasons. This Somnium is awfully
Hey, that door.
dangerous.
Maybe we can open that one now. Check it out.
Is it going to be a thing where I needed one more second thing here? Let me see.
A rusted metal door.
This doesn't count, because... No. Damn it. Is there a second thing here?
It is discharging sparks.
Oh, for fuck's sake. I'm gonna have to redo it, dude. I shouldn't have used one of my 1 seconds. I panicked.
I'm going to open it.
I'm gonna have to replay this probably one more time. God damn it. Alright, well, at least we'll see this first. I'm not too pleased about that result. I panicked, used a 1 second. I must have. I need to hold all the 1 seconds. The 1 seconds are important. That's boss.
Iba, return to the control room on the 3rd floor.
At once.
Run, Iba. Do a thing. Do a special move. Do your special move. Oh, whoa. Okay, that's a reveal. So Renju killed... Oh no, it's like a chain of killings. No fucking way. Oh, what? She... Holy shit. Him in the polar bear suit? Dude. Oh my god. They all suck. They're all murderers. Like, they all took revenge. Oh. Huh. Huh.
What the hell is going on?
Hi.
Tate, what are you doing? 6 minutes are up.
Wait! Hitomi is...
Date, you can't go any longer! Force shutdown!
No!
Just stare intently. That was a weird way of ending that. That scene just ends like that. Okay, God, now I have to redo it so that I have... We can blaze through it. We can go super fast. It'll be easy. I just gotta remember, only use the 1 seconds on the big doors. Easy. No, it's kind of anticlimactic.
I took a look around your head.
Whoop. We're gonna have to put the interrogation on hold. All right, like I said, we're gonna blaze through it here. Be the fastest thing you've ever seen. Sonic the Hedgehog, faster than that. I don't know why that's where my mind went immediately for going fast. I think Sonic's the fastest thing ever. Alright. Go past the keys.
Agent Date,
Trying to do this from memory. Open. Get good key.
It's a key.
I don't think I should use anything on the 5-second thing there. I think.
A door that looks like the...
Open. through. Yeah. B.
Agent Date, you've got 4 minutes.
Thank you.
A door would.
It's like a maze. I have to remember what door goes where.
C.
Door C.
Dun, 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 dun. Man, that's a pretty interesting reveal. That in this timeline,
Door E.
literally the murders are all like, it's like a chain reaction. And I assume they murder the next person before seeing, they probably witnessed the murder. And then they're like, I'm going to get revenge for that person. And then murder, right? I assume that's what's happening.
An oil.
Steel drum. I have to use this because I don't want to use or lose my 1 second that I have. Does that make sense?
It does not appear to be.
Back through door E to get rid of that.
3 minutes, Date.
This key.
I will try the key.
I will try the key. I will try it. Watch me try the key.
A broken.
Go ahead and kick. 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 Open.
Rose.
Look how fast I'm going. It's unbelievable.
Extended.
Okay, now we go head back through everything. So it's B prime here. Basically reverse our
Door.
actions. And then C prime, where's that again? Oh, I go all the way. I have to walk all the way around, I remember.
You have less than 2 minutes. Hurry.
Okay. And then oop-a-doop-a-doop. B, because this is our first access to B, I believe. Oh wait, no, it's not our first access to B, but it's our first access at this door.
Door.
F. F. See, I didn't even have enough time before to...
The first floor. This is the first time we've been here.
That big door. If we can see what's in there, we'll figure something out.
See, this is where it fucked me over. The ladder takes a 1 second thing. So I thought before I was like, oh, I only need a 1 second, one more 1 second timey to use on the final door. But then this fucking screwed it up. So this is where it all went down.
Oh, what?
And we win. And we win, I said. Now, why is it that she have... Now, why does she have to tell me? Like, that's the part I don't understand. Which I assume we're gonna learn here, hopefully.
I took a look around your head.
Took a look around your head. Of course, let's look at the updated album photos. Look at that. Boss A. Oh, she's suplexing the mannequin. Okay, I don't know why I thought of this, but the mannequin with the detailing on the ground where the mannequin is coming into contact with the ground, it gives that like spiky thing, and it looked like I've never watched the show. What is it? The old grandpa guy on Rick and Morty. Like, I just saw the hair and the mannequin. I was like, oh, it's like a weird. I don't know. Okay, it's Boss. I do like Boss's hair, I must say. Oh, beta versions of Boss. Let's see. Okay, the first two are interesting. The third one looking like Edna Mode from Incredibles. Kind of a weird look. That last one's pretty good too. That's a good picture. Good pictures. Oh man, look, we are so close. Look at this. SAT. Special Assault Team. A unit of the police department specialized for situations involving firearms or extreme risk, often called Special Forces. Tokyo, Osaka, Hokkaido, Chiba, Kanagawa, Aichi, Fukuoka, oh boy, and Okinawa all have their own SAT squads. SAT. State Housewives Cooking. A cooking magazine popular among working class families. Date misunderstood this magazine to be a legendary erotic magazine prized by fans and collectors. So prized, in fact, that it sells for eye-popping prices online. Dust explosion. A phenomenon in which particles of a flammable substance scattered in the air rapidly combust with explosive force when a heat source is introduced. Coal dust explosions are the most notable example, but dust explosions of various substances such as sugar, wheat, soybean, tea, leather, plastic, silicone, magnesium, iron, and aluminum have been known to occur. So maybe it is real, you know? Maybe I have no idea what I'm talking about.
And I discovered something. Something about the new Cyclops serial killings.
Everyone is the killer.
Apart from Ota, there are 4 victims. Shoko Nadami, Renju Okiura, Iris Sagan, and So Tsujima. Who was responsible for these murders?
They were.
Shoko was stabbed by Renju with an ice pick. Renju was strangled to death by Iris.
Which is impressive. Good on Iris, you know? Good on her.
So cut open Iris's body.
That kind of sucks.
But who shot So? It was you. In other words, all of these murders were committed by different people. There wasn't just one killer. That's how it looks on the surface, anyway. But that's not the truth, is it? There's only one culprit.
What?
One person. And that person is...
Is it me? A camera used for interrogation. This room is reflected in the mirror. Oh, I have to like pick? I mean, it couldn't possibly be Renju. He died early, right? The only person who's still alive in this timeline of these is Boss.
Yes. You. The person in front of me right now.
You're blaming the commander of Abyss for this?
No, not Boss. The person inside Boss's head.
What?
Can you at least try to make sense?
Excuse me, Dante?
Alright, I'll explain. You know about the abandoned chemical plant in Kawasaki? There's a prototype sync machine there.
Holy shit, I just realized. The proto machine. And whoever synced... Oh, in her head. Someone synced with her and stayed in her body. Oh, what a twist. Oh, shit.
You use that device to swap around bodies one by one.
Oh, it's got to be 89, right? That's like the only character not really accounted for at this moment.
In other words, the entire egg ends up being replaced.
I just now realized. Oh, shit, that makes even more sense. With the killings, if it's Prisoner 89, what it's implying... I'm sorry, I don't mean to, like, obviously reveal before it's revealed in the actual thing, but I mean, we're getting to this point. But if it's 89, let's say, assuming it's 89, 89 kept switching bodies to commit the murders. So at the beginning, we saw, like, Renju, because he was with Renju, right? So 89 and Renju switch bodies, so Renju is, like, stuck in 89's body, and Renju's body that has 89 inside of it kills Shoko, whatever. And then maybe switches back. And then just keeps repeating.
Mind,
oh boy,
consciousness, memory, they are traded.
That's a pretty cool reveal.
Switched.
I like this.
I don't know where it started, but at some point, you got into Shoko's brain. Then, you got into Renju's. And got rid of Shoko's body. After Renju was Iris. You strangled Renju using Iris. After that, into So. Who you used to kill Iris and Ota at the cold storage warehouse. Now, you're in Boss's body.
Pretty good. Pretty
Inside
good.
her head.
Pretty good.
I see. If you know that much, then I have nothing left to hide. Yes, I am the culprit behind the new Cyclops serial killings. I guess you can call me the new Cyclops killer.
I mean, I'm just guessing it's 89 because, like I said, he's like the only character really not accounted for at this point. Who was inside Iris during the interrogation Sunday?
That was me.
Oh, so we interrogated Iris when it wasn't Iris. Oh.
You imitate her well. From the way you talked and your body language, it was like the real Iris.
Oh, because he knew Iris. Because he was uncle to her.
Earlier, too. You almost had me fooled. Your imitation of Boss was perfect.
Yes, there's a reason for that. Let me define some terms first.
I mean, it sounds like he knew every person he switched bodies with, he was able to impersonate well enough because he had ties to all these people, it sounds like. He had ties to Shoko, to Renju, to Boss here, to Iris.
A person's memory and sense of self. Let's call that personality. It isn't quite the right word, but it'll suffice. Now, transferring that personality into someone else's brain, let's call that parasitism. The one transferring is the parasite. The one being transferred into is the host. Are you with me so far? Moving on. Even after the personality exchange is complete, the host's memory isn't completely lost. About 1% remains in the brain. So, a parasite could use that 1% to imitate the language and behavior of the host.
Interesting.
That's how I knew about the warehouse and Sunfish Pocket, by the way. Thanks to Renju and Iris's remaining memories.
So who the hell are you?
Saito. Saito Sajima.
Is Prisoner 89 Saito Sajima then?
Congressman Sajima's son.
What?
I researched Saito thoroughly, but I cannot find any images of him on the internet.
Either Prisoner 89 is Saito Sajima, or it isn't Prisoner 89 like I thought. I guess Saito Sajima is a character I didn't account for either, because we didn't know what he looked like.
He is listed on the family register, but I cannot find any photographs.
Give me the details of each crime.
Before I do, there's something I want to hear from you. How did you know about the prototype sync machine? And not only that, you also seem to know what the sync machine is truly capable of. Why is that?
That's...
Regaining your memories, are you? Human memory is fractal. If you retain even a single piece of it, it's possible to recreate the whole thing. Pieces of memories are like roots that grow into every corner of the brain. Gradually, slowly, taking its time. I imagine the same thing is happening in your brain right now.
A fractal is a figure with self-similarity. Allow me to explain.
Yeah. Tell me.
See this?
I see it. It's the Koch curve and the Sierpinski triangle.
Whichever fragment you cut, you will see a similar shape. The whole is made up of its similar parts. This is called a fractal figure. Memories in the brain are similar. That is what he is explaining. He is claiming that from a few pieces, you can rebuild the memory.
I knew about the prototype from regaining my memory. Is that right? No, that's not it.
Parallel worlds exist.
Because then I learned about the prototype machine in a different timeline, right? Is that what this game is getting at?
I'm telling you, it was me.
Okay, that's a creepy face.
Why are you making me repeat myself?
That means the Somnium I entered on Sunday.
That's right. It was me.
How? So that's why it was weird. How does he know about the original Cyclops killer? And something else was troubling me.
What's going on here?
Fine. I still have time.
Time?
You'll see.
Time.
So, where do you want me to start?
It's just past midnight on Tuesday. Shoko was killed on Friday. If we think of that as day 1, today is day 5. What was Saito doing those days? I decided to ask him. Day 1?
Like you guessed, my personality was in Shoko, Renju's ex-wife. That made calling Renju easy. I need to talk to you about something. He came over without question. I think it was around 4 p.m. I had him meet me at the chemical plant. I made Renju go to sleep. Synced. Switched personalities. And then stabbed Shoko's discarded body with an ice pick.
Jesus.
I took Shoko to Bloom Park by car, using the old abandoned subway line. Must have been around 8 p.m. by the time I was finished. I tied up Shoko to one of the merry-go-round horses. After that, I used Renju's phone to send a Nile message to Mizuki.
Zuki Daddy got caught up in something serious.
Then, I just waited for Mizuki to arrive.
Day 2.
Until next Saturday evening, my personality was inside Renju. My next target was Iris. I knew she would be suspicious if I asked her to come to Kawasaki, so I asked her to come to Sunfish Pocket first. I called her a little before 5 p.m., and she arrived just after 6. I greeted her, then convinced her to come with me. That's when Ota saw us. Anyway, I put her in the car, then headed to the chemical plant. On the way, I made her take a sleeping pill. I knew she might run once she saw where we were going. It was around 7 p.m. when I got there, and I wasted no time switching bodies. After getting Iris's body, I used a rolled-up apron to strangle Renju to death. Then I put his body in an empty oil drum I'd prepared earlier. I put that in the trunk of the car, then headed to Sunfish Pocket. But then, something I didn't anticipate happened. Waiting for the signal in Akiba, someone knocked on the window of the car. It was Ota. He asked me something about being able to drive. He was surprised, to say the least. I didn't have time to waste on him, but I couldn't risk him finding the oil drum in the trunk. Plus, if word got around that Renji's car was spotted driving around Akiba, that would foil my plans. So, I came up with a lie. I told him that I didn't have a license, so he had to keep it a secret. That's what that thing referred to in Ota's Nile messages, by the way.
I really like whoever's the voice actress for Boss here. I really like her portrayal of the killer, like the switch in like the personality and tone and everything. It's been good.
And just like that, I managed to escape a bad situation and headed to Sunfish Pocket as planned. The rest went exactly as you already figured out.
Day 3.
Sunday morning, I had a recording or some such thing scheduled. Oh, I am of course referring to Iris. I didn't want to draw suspicion, so I decided to attend as planned. I went to Lemniscate and performed my job, and when I left, I ran into you, Date. To be honest, I was a little surprised. Just the previous night, I was a parasite in the body of Renju. I didn't think Ota had seen me. So, of course, I didn't expect to see you there so soon. You were on to me, but there was nothing I could do about that. If I ran, it would only increase your suspicion. So I decided to play my role. The interrogation began around 8:20 p.m., is that right? Then you synced into my mind. But you didn't didn't get what you were looking for, did you? As a result, you had no choice but to release me.
Damn.
I didn't want to go home right away. I knew there might be police waiting for me. That would make it difficult to sneak out at night. And that would put my plan in jeopardy. So I asked you to take me to Marble. I tried to find an opportunity to run, but then another unexpected event occurred. I got a Nile message from Ota. I knew I could use him, so I told him I needed his help and to meet me at Marble. He did as I instructed him to do.
Easily swindled.
After that, I got into the van with Ota. But because his presence was unnecessary, I asked him to stop at a convenience store to buy me something to drink. When he was gone, I took his car and drove to my parents' house where I used to live. Yes, the Sejima residence. Of course, I knew I couldn't just walk up and ring the doorbell. Hello, Father, it's been a long time. I was also in Iris's body at the time. But I thought I could use that to my advantage. So I pushed on the intercom and sure enough, my dad invited me inside. I told him this. I want you to come with me. There's something I need to show you. He was quiet for a while, but eventually agreed and got into the van with me. We arrived at the prototype sync machine around 11:50 p.m. By the time I was in the body of Sosajima, it was a new day.
Oh, I gotta... Oh. Whoops. Continue.
This was yesterday, early Monday morning, past midnight. In my new body, I drugged Iris, put her in the van, and drove to a new location. Okiura Fishery Cold Storage Warehouse. I arrived around 1, then prepared for the show for a couple hours. Of course, when I say show, I mean dismembering Iris.
Lovely.
Because of the temperature in the warehouse, it took longer than I expected to prepare, but... well, you saw it in the video. Of course, I didn't anticipate Ota would show up. What does that make it? 3 times that brat has showed up unexpectedly? That annoyed me to no end, and I took that out on him. Dressing him up in the polar bear was an impromptu plan on my part. I didn't mean to make you think he was the killer. I just wanted to throw a wrench into the investigation. Didn't matter if you found out or not. This all happened Monday morning. I left the warehouse around 3:30 a.m.
Day 4. Monday.
There isn't much to talk about on Monday. Before noon, I used my old man's body to call this one Boss. You might not know this, but she and my father go back about 6 years. The two shared a terrible secret. Hinting at that was enough to get the boss to come running to me immediately. I injected her with a sedative, then brought her body to the chemical plant. I synced with her, exchanged our bodies. And after blowing my father's brains out,
Jeez.
I cut his body into pieces.
Put him in a vase. A vase.
I stuffed the meat into a vase I'd brought earlier, then drove back to my house.
Saito spoke with grace and no sign of remorse. I was trying to keep my anger from boiling over and kept asking him questions. Why did you take out your victim's eyes?
You know all about the prototype sync machine, don't you? That should explain it.
I knew. The prototype sync machine differed from the one at Abyss in a few key ways. The machine at Abyss is more sophisticated. Nanocables from the sync gear enter through the gap between the eyeball and socket. Did I know that? Did I know that? Or am I learning this now? Nano cables from the sync gear. I mean, I know they put the thing over their eyes, but I didn't know it was something honestly kind of gross like this. Enter through the gap between the eyeball and the socket. Maybe that does sound familiar, though. Maybe I did know that. They then travel down the optic nerve canal to the brain. But the prototype sync machine isn't so advanced. To perform a sync, you need to remove the left eye. Jesus! So then that's why, manually. The subject and the syncer have to remove their eye from the socket. Otherwise, the cables cannot enter the brain. Of course, even with the eye removed, severing the connection to the brain isn't necessary. So you just leave a dangling eyeball? The extricated eyeball still has the optic nerve and blood vessels connected. After a sync, the eye is supposed to be replaced back in the socket. Oh, hearing that grossed me out. It's supposed to be safe. Side effects are rare. Unless the nerve or blood vessels are damaged somehow, replacing the eyeball isn't too difficult. This was a thing, this was explained in the game at some point. Like, briefly, I think. But still, ugh.
Of course, I don't really care about eyes. I don't need them. All I cared about was exchanging bodies with the sync. And for that, I needed to remove the left eye.
Why didn't you just put the eyes back when you were done?
That's obvious. Once I was finished transferring into a new body, the old one was of no concern to me. Why would I bother replacing the eye? I was just going to get rid of it anyway.
Where are the eyeballs that you removed?
Shoko's
them.
is in Renju.
Shoko. Oh, she did she swap like a trading quest line in a video game? She just kept.
Renju's is in Iris.
Ooh.
Iris's is in Dad. Dad's is in Boss. Their stomachs, I mean.
Oh, okay. That makes a bit more sense. I was like, how do you... That doesn't... I was like, also, if you're changing eyeballs, you would see the change in eye color. Ew, he ate them? Ugh.
You sick bastard.
Yes, I ate them. Immediately after exchanging personalities.
Psycho shit.
How horrible.
I hear eyeballs are not that pleasant to eat, you know? What's your motive?
Homicide is my hobby. I have a tenacity for it, what can I say? Of course, it was also necessary to make sure people kept their mouths shut. If I took over someone's body, they would know about my crimes. I couldn't risk them reporting me, so I killed them. It was also a matter of revenge. Against you. It's personal. That's why I chose people close to you as targets. Well, except for my father, of course. That was personal to me. But don't ask. It's embarrassing.
Revenge against me?
This series of murders was like a journey for me. You know, traveling through bodies to finally reach the end. That's the thing about traveling. You always wind up in the same place, don't you? Where do you think Dad is? Your home. A trip is only complete once you return home. The same goes for me. When I return home, my travels will come to an end.
Oh no, is this gonna reveal something that, he's trying to get back to this body because this was his original body or something like that? Does that make sense when I say that? Is it... And this probably would have to tie back to whatever mysterious thing happened 6 years ago with Date and why he can't remember and why his memories are gone. And then why he had his eyeball replaced, why his left eye is Aiba.
So I'll be needing it back. My body.
What?
You stole my body. You took it from me 6 years ago. That's why I want revenge.
What are you talking about?
You have no idea what it was like inside my own head. I miss it. I miss my brain, Date. No matter how many people I killed, it never worked. I never felt happy. I feel miserable.
You mean?
He was born with a brain dysfunction. Due to damage to the posterior pituitary gland, he was unable to properly secrete oxytocin.
Oh, that's right. My old body. How are you finding it, Date?
This body is yours? Oh, this is freaky.
That's what I've been telling you!
But I don't have the same oxytocin deficiency you did.
That is because I regularly supplement it.
Oh. Oh. Oh.
You must have increased your
Excuse me.
dosage too much.
Oh no.
No, but the person who had this disorder was number 89, the original Cyclops killer.
Dun dun dun
That
dun.
is what I believed as well, but we must have misunderstood. Pewter did not specify who exactly was imprisoned, only that one of the original culprits responsible was currently in prison.
That's strange. That would mean number 89 is the previous chairman, Rohan.
That would mean number 89 is the previous chairman? Is that, if that's true, then that means the person we've been calling 89 this whole time isn't actually 89. I mean, he was just...
That must be it.
Damn. So the guy that we're calling, that, like, I was like, oh, is 89. So it's not that 89 and the Sejima kid, Saito, aren't the same. It's just we were led to believe that 89 was Saito, but that's not the case. Or we believed 89. What it is what was the previous Yakuza guy's name? Rohan is 89. And Saito was the black-haired guy, I would assume.
Rohan is a parasite inside number 89's brain. Pewter must have known that.
No way.
I was confused. I didn't understand any of it.
Let us determine the specifics using Saito as our starting point. Whose brain was he in before Boss?
So Sejima.
And before So?
Iris. And before that, Renju. And before that, Shoko.
And before Shoko?
Whose body were you in before Shoko?
I was a parasite inside Rohan's brain 6 years ago until last year. I'd lost most of my memories. I was a shell of a man. They housed me in a special hospital, but I still had those fragments of my mind left, just as I explained earlier. From a single piece, you can recreate the whole. I took my time, slowly regaining my memories. 1 year ago, I remembered everything. I left the hospital and immediately sought out Shoko Nadami. I got her body, and she was in Rohan's. When she saw herself in the mirror, she lost her mind. She was confused, panicking, running up the emergency staircase, and then...
And that's how Rohan died. It was Shoko in Rohan's body, freaked out so much that he jumped off and died. Wow.
That's why Rohan committed suicide.
After that, I spent a year perfecting my plan, using Shoko's body. I spied on you all this time. That's why I know everything about you.
Who are you before Rohan?
In that body you are operating right now, in that skull, my personality lived there.
Wait, hold on. If what you're saying is true, what about my personality?
It was in Rohan.
I'm not Rohan!
Correct. It is just as he explained earlier. Number 89 was in Rohan's body. In other words,
That's... Am I real?
And if that's the case, then I was in that body when Iris was calling 89's body uncle and all that kind of stuff, right? Is that what this is? Oh, the implications, dude.
Sorry, but time's up.
So then did Hitomi to rescue? So it seems then Hitomi then saw 89's body, which is we're learning was Date's Date's personality, right? Because that's the term we're using, right? You gotta stick with me here. Date's personality, the personality we know as Date, was inside 89's body. And it looked like Hitomi, to save that personality, because she clearly loved him, which we know as Date's personality, must have done something to switch 89's body and then this Date's body.
I want my body back. It's quite simple. Sync with me and stay inside my mind for more than 6 minutes.
And if I refuse?
I know that you won't. I know it.
Huh?
Date, look! This is streaming live!
Uh-oh. 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 Oh.
Damn you!
If you give me back my body, I will give you the location. Oh, and of course, it isn't the chemical plant in the Kawasaki district.
Aiba, where's the source?
it is being routed through numerous IPs. I cannot identify the source.
Computer, contact headquarters, now!
Got it!
Now, what will you do? Will you agree to my request?
This is crazy. Look at that. Look at that picture of Saito. The crazy murderous face. Saito Sejima. Male, 30, March 1st, NPO representative. Likes fireworks, dislikes humans, hobbies, murder. Skills, stabbing, strangling, killing, shooting. Saito is Sosujima's son. His mother died giving birth to him. Born with a brain dysfunction that left him unable to properly secrete oxytocin, he can only feel pleasure from murder. Wow. Okay, I'm not ending stream. I'm just saving manually because I know sometimes this game, doesn't this game like sometimes not save properly? Or it like it crashes. Don't want that happening again. Don't want it happening again. Is this gonna be an actual choice thing? This can't be like an actual choice thing. I mean, it's looking like it's gonna be a choice thing. Maybe I have to do, let's see, is it get split in the timeline? Zoom in. Oh, nice picture there. I have to do it, don't I? Oh man. I won't do it.
Date, I'm hurt. Don't you care about what happens to her?
I won't do it.
Do you understand the gravity of this situation? A bomb is strapped to her body.
I won't do it.
You're too stubborn.
I'm curious if it goes to a failed state.
Maybe you're just cold-hearted.
I won't do it.
You want to see what will happen when her flesh burns and tears and scatters?
Yep.
If you aren't quick, you'll see the whole thing. You know I'm not bluffing, don't you?
I bet the game does show me if I keep picking this. Oh, I didn't agree no matter how many times he demanded of me. I refused again and again. Oh no. Oh my god! Well, I was... When I saw it, I understood. Boss's body rolled into the corner of the room. Didn't want to think anymore. Anything, nothing. I closed my eyes and ran my palm across my face. I couldn't taste blood. Oh, bad end, yeah. See, that seems like a very much this game type thing. We've seen kind of like stuff like that. So I'll probably have to roll back to that point. Oh yeah, I'd like to save. Wow. And I've seen like bad endings like that. I feel like in the Zero Escape series as well. Is this still locked then? Yeah. So you have to do it. Well, dang. Is this I really hope this is right where the decision is made. Saito spoke with grace and no sign of remorse. I was trying to keep my anger from boiling over and kept asking him questions. Oh. I mean, I didn't get to ask these other questions is the thing. Why did you display the bodies the way you did?
To harass you.
No, that's simple.
I wanted to bring out the hatred in you. That's why I called Mizuki to Bloom Park. That's why I streamed Iris's murder. Because they were important to you, weren't they? I wanted you to feel cornered, trapped. I wanted to punish you, Kaname Date.
Why didn't the Sync victims resist after waking?
Ah, the prototype sync machine has a special feature. It administers a strong dose of sedatives to the original body, and a stimulant to the host after a sync.
That's mighty convenient.
That kept them docile. You know...
Okay, now I should be able to... We'll have to skip here for a while, because I chose the bad thing. Hey, at least I got to ask the other questions. That flash of red. Oh, and the sound effect came way later. Oh. Because I'm speeding through. I won't do it. Okay, I'll do it.
Date!
See? I knew you wouldn't refuse.
Don't worry, I saw what happens if we refuse.
I know you well, don't I, Date?
Oh shit, are we gonna have like a showdown inside the Somnium? Is that what this final Somnium is? We have like some duel. Bum, bum, bum. Dun, dun, dun. Bum, bum, bum. Oh, did I just do it? Oh, I did it. I just did it. I don't get to see it. This has been a pretty cool reveal.
I did it. I'm back. I got it all back.
Hey, where's Hitomi?
All right. I'll tell you as promised. Boss's house. However, it might be too late by now.
What?
Bam, bam, bam. Dun, dun, dun. Boop, 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 bum, bum, bum. Oh, you gotta be fucking kidding me. We've been duped.
Why?
Isn't that some
Return
shit?
my body and I'll tell you the location. That's what I said.
Saito, you suck.
I didn't lie. I kept my promise.
You bastard!
You're the one who injured that body. It's your own fault, really.
Damn it.
Be seeing you.
Damn. Oh yeah, he can short circuit it remotely. Nice, or was that just Aiba's doing? Good job, Aiba. Go, Aiba. The actual hero of the story.
Date, are you alright?
Wait, do we get to see Boss with the Aiba? Will Aiba like force her way into Boss's eye? Wait, what did that say? Aiba's voice barely resonated. My eyesight was hazy, a heap of broken images. Oh, because I don't have a connection to her, so yeah. Sweat was building on my palms. Palms sweaty, mom spaghetti. Felt like my throat was closing up and I was struggling for breath. In my ears, the rushing blood of my heartbeat was the only sound.
Everyone's dead.
Shoko, Renju, Iris, Ota, Hitomi, Boss. The flesh remains, the mind is lost.
I couldn't do anything. Saito had me right where he wanted me. Nothing. Nothing.
Parallel worlds exist.
The word suddenly echoed in my head. Couldn't remember who or where or why, but I thought that if there really was such a world, then me, in that world, I is another.
Could I have had a better future?
I prayed that I could. I felt my consciousness sink into a black abyss. Abyss presence. Yeah. Yeah. We gotta go to the other timeline then. I would assume just that one was locked previously. I want to keep going, so I'm gonna most likely gonna go I'm gonna go to the restroom. I'm gonna get some water and then come back, but I'll let the credits roll and then I'll go do that. We might be able to finish this tonight. I mean, it feels like we're about to like end, right? With these types of reveals, but there's clearly at least one more Somnium. So if that's one super difficult, hopefully I won't have to look up a guide for that one, but man, I feel a little bad now using a guide for that one. I know I said earlier, I was like, I don't think I'd ever piece it together that I should rotate the key, but given a little more time, would I have maybe tried it? I don't know. It's tough. But ultimately, I don't feel guilty because I was like, I didn't want to have to redo that and potentially lose again. Because it would have probably at least been like several more tries. At least. Sean Chiplock. Sheen. Trying to think, how many times have we seen the credits roll now? Would it have been 5? Is this the 5th time we've seen this? Trying to think how many endings we technically hit. I want to say 5. That may be wrong. I don't think 6 sounds like too many, and 4 sounds like too little. Also, I'm trying to remember, I feel like there was like 1 or 2 timelines that we hit the end of and there wasn't credits rolled. Like there was that joke ending we got early, like several parts ago. I don't think credits rolled for that, but it did count it as like an ending. Also, these credits felt longer than the previous times, but that might just be in my head. Maybe I'm Saito Sajima. Annihilation Route End. Okay, that's quite the title for the ending. Alright, let's save here. I imagine it'll just pop me up back here, yeah. Nice. Why is there a weird space between the L and the O? There was like a larger space, but whatever. Okay, I'm gonna go to the restroom real quick. I think we're gonna press on. I think we're gonna press on to whatever the ending of this game is. I think we can do it. I'm gonna just do a quick BRB. I'm gonna hit the, water, restroom, all that jazz. Let me hit a quick BRB screen. I'll be back in like 3 minutes. Choking on water, dude. Okay, let's fucking do the thing. Date was restrained to the sync machine when he woke up. Iba's body was shorted out from the taser shock, and only her communication function was still working. Then a man entered, Saito, who was in 89's body. What happened? So we saw this deep in the forest. Okay, Iris was not Hitomi's real daughter. Her father is So, and Monica was the mother. Monica was killed. Yes. There's not much time left. Hitomi decided to blackmail. Blackmail So, calling him to the cold storage warehouse, threatening to reveal everything to the press. She received a call from the culprit. Was told to come to a certain location with Date. Date and Hitomi arrived at the abandoned factory in the Kawasaki district and found Renju's corpse. Suddenly, they were knocked out. Okay, so whatever this is saying, I imagine we're going to actually see here. Okay. That's why I was like, I don't remember this moment, but I think we were supposed to, like, see it here. Okay, let's do it. Susei. I don't get those. I don't get the titles to the days. I think I'm just too dumb, probably.
You're awake.
Damn it!
I don't think you can release yourself.
Well, do something about it.
What is it you expect me to do?
Come out of my eye socket and get this off of me!
I cannot.
I cannot.
Why not?
My body has short-circuited.
Great.
It must have been the electric currents from earlier.
Gah.
But fortunately, my communication functions are still operational. I attempted to reach HQ and Abyss personnel for support.
And?
No response.
They ignored you?
There must be pressure from the higher-ups, likely a result of Congressman Tsujima's interference.
He thinks I'm investigating Monica's case.
That is not the only reason. So Tsujima holds a personal grudge against you. He wants you dead.
He hates your fucking guts.
That is likely why Pewter is attempting to delete my data.
Are you okay?
For now. But if they breach my final layer of ice, they will destroy me. I would cease to exist.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
You're Saito Tsujima.
Oh, so you figured it out.
Saito Tsujima in Date's original body.
Renju's body on the ground, without his left eye. You were inside Renju, weren't you? Until just now? You used the machine to exchange minds, then got rid of his body.
Close, but you're a little off. I didn't get rid of the body. He died of natural causes. But what interests me more is you. How do you know you can use the sync machine to exchange minds? The way you're talking makes me think you know why I took out his left eye.
But how? How do I know that? Why do I know that? Why do I know about Saito, the prototype machine, changing personalities?
The current. Did it unlock your memories? Then tell me, this body was originally...
Mine.
That means your body...
This is your body, isn't it, Saito?
Words came out easily. I don't know why, but in a moment of harsh realization, I knew. 89's body is mine, and my body is Saito's.
Well, if you know that much, then this should be easy. Give me back my body.
He wants it bad. Wants it bad. Where are Iris and Hitomi?
Don't worry, I haven't killed them. Yet.
Yet?
The brain you are currently occupying has an interesting quirk. It releases a flood of dopamine and endorphins when it kills.
The brain you are currently occupying has an interesting quirk. It releases a flood of dopamine and endorphins. Yeah, okay. So, okay. I mean, yeah.
I thought I'd take that brain back before killing those two.
Okay.
In front of you, of course. Which is why I haven't killed them yet.
Just haven't killed you yet. It's like the Michael Bublé song.
Such beautiful eyes.
Always weird.
I was going to begin the sync, but I think I've changed my mind. I want to see you mad. But what will really set you off?
If you don't shut your mouth right now.
All right, talking it is. What should I say? Do you have any questions for me?
It's early Wednesday morning. Shoko was killed last Friday. That was day 1, which makes today day 6. For 5 days, what was Saito up to? So I'd ask him what he did every day until now. I mean, it's going to be different than the timeline from the left side, so I'd imagine it, it's going to be different here. Saito explained what he'd done Friday. At 4 a.m., Saito began his plan against Shoko. He called Renju to this abandoned factory and switched bodies with him. After taking Renju's body, Saito killed Shoko, then brought the body to Bloom Park. Why do I have to read this? Why is this not voiced? But as he explained it to me, I somehow felt that I already knew. I didn't understand why. Felt like it was being etched into my brain. Oh, maybe it's not being read or voiced because it's not different than the left, for this day at least. Right? Why was Shoko's rental phone in the horse?
Oh, right. I put that there. When I was fixing Shoko's body on the horse, her phone fell out of her clothes. I forgot that I had given her one. I didn't want to take it with me, and I didn't want to toss it away. So, I decided to push it into the mouth of the horse.
Push.
The merry-go-round horse's mouth was hollow, which allowed the phone to fall down into its body.
I don't think that's a huge plot point though, so it's weird that I got to ask about that. Day 2, Saturday.
I was still in Renju's body. My next target was Iris. If I asked her to come to the abandoned factory, I knew she would be skeptical, so I called her to Sunfish Pocket. I even video called her, but for some reason, she said no. This was around 5 p.m. I was still Renju, the president of Lemniscate. I didn't think I would have any trouble getting her to trust me, but...
Date, do you remember? Saturday evening after syncing with Mizuki, inside the Somnium, you thought you saw Iris's body, so you called her. The time was 4:52 p.m., right before Renju called Iris. You told her.
Okay, don't go anywhere. Lock the door and stay at home.
Iris didn't accept Saito's proposition because of your warning. If you did not warn her...
She would have been taken here.
I decided to pick her up in Renju's car. I thought that if she saw me in person, she would trust me. However...
You got in an accident around 6:10 p.m. and lost consciousness.
So unlucky. My plans were ruined. But my ultimate goal is still achievable. So it's all good.
Day 3. Yeah, because in this timeline, Renju hadn't died until now. But he just got into the car accident that we'd heard of.
After the accident, my body was taken to Central Hospital. I regained consciousness just past 12 a.m. Sunday. The surgery was a success, but Renju's organs were in a horrible state. But I had somewhere to be. I left the hospital, rented a car, and headed to Iris's house.
I know what happened after that. You got to the Sagan household at 2 a.m. You pushed the intercom button.
He was sweating buckets and he came up to me with this begging look in his eyes.
What is this again? I left the hospital, rent a car, and head to Iris' house. Okay.
He said, come with me.
You got Iris to come with you. But when you tried to bring her here...
I got scared. I pulled my hand away and ran.
Oh, you know that too? But you're exactly right. I was planning to put her to sleep in the car, but I didn't have my drugs on me.
Bad planning.
The sleeping pills were inside Renju's crushed car. I was pushing my luck. My plan and my body were both in shambles. I'm sure the painkillers were affecting me as well. My mind was scrambled, and I couldn't think straight. I couldn't chase after her. I needed to sleep. I managed to make it back here and collapsed on the ground. Next thing I knew was the next day. I woke up around noon on Monday. Renju's body was about to expire.
Then day 4, Monday.
By Monday, Renju's body was almost completely dead. And of course, my consciousness as well. That's when I got a call from a Mr. Amanoma. The man you call Pewter.
Knew the story after that.
The boss told me that number 89 was coming. Then, Renju asked, is there any way we can let number 89 escape?
So Peter came up with a plan to help 89 escape. Rohan, as 89, got into the car with Saito, as Renju, and fled from the police. Let me make sure. Okay. Man, with the whole body swapping thing, and I'm trying to like keep like it's like right within grasp, but every once in a while it'll like start going fast, like these last 2 sentences, and I'm like, wait. Make sure I got this. You know, body switching, timeline jumping, time travel. All things introduced into fiction that if you're gonna try to keep a hold of and keep straight, very difficult. You know? Okay, so Renju asks, is there any way we can let number 89 escape? So Renju, which was housing Saito's brain, or personality, I should say, probably. Because of the personalities go inside the brain according to this. Is there any way we can let 89 escape? Yes. So Peter came up with a plan to help 89 escape. Rohan, as 89, okay, so yeah, at this point, Rohan was in 89's body. That's why. Got into the car with Saito, as Renju. Okay, that all makes sense now. Okay. The wording got me. Why did you want 89 to escape?
When I heard that number 89 was coming to Abyss HQ, I came up with a plan. Iris trusts this number 89, this body. I thought I'd give reason to get to her. And there was another reason. I planned on eventually switching bodies with you. You and I would get our original bodies back. And after I do that, I will kill Iris and Hitomi. In front of you, while you're in this body. A rather nice plan, if I do say so myself. That's why I asked Pewter to help number 89 escape. I wanted this body at all costs.
Body. What happened after you escaped with 89 in the car?
I brought Rohan, who was inside number 89's body, to the abandoned factory. Rohan was my partner in the Cyclops serial killings 6 years ago. So naturally, we had a lot to talk about.
Wait, what was that you had just said? Partner. Yeah, okay, the partner. Yeah.
But I didn't have much time left. Not to sound like a broken record, but Renju's body was almost done. It was completely useless at this point. So, I put Rohan to sleep and began the sync. As a result, this happened.
Renju.
It's just like I told you.
So then Renju's body died, but that was Rohan's personality inside of Renju. Yeah.
He died of natural causes.
So then yeah. Okay, I was wondering. I was like, so wait, then where was Renju's personality? But it was the same as the other timeline. Renju's personality was inside Shoko, who he killed as Renju. About the shooting on Monday.
Just mercenaries I hired. After I woke up Monday, I arranged the hit. They were expensive, but I had access to Renju's bank account. I paid them with his money.
Smart.
Of course, my intention was only to kidnap Iris. But after I got this body, I didn't really need them anymore. But they had already been paid good money, so I decided to leave the arrangements as they were. And then, Pewter. I told him about Iris and hiring the assassins. I told him he could use them for whatever he needed. And he acted on his own, without consulting me.
It's been a long week. It's definitely a Friday night stream where like a thing, like 2 lines are said, and my mind wanders just a bit, thinking of like the upcoming weekend and what I gotta do, and just like brain dead from work and stuff. So I apologize. I told him about Iris and hiring the assassins. Okay, I decided to leave the arrangements. But then they already been paid good money, so I decided to leave the arrangements as they were. And then Peter, I told him about Iris and hiring the assassins. Okay. So Peter sucked. Day 5 Tuesday?
I called Iris about 24 hours ago. Tuesday at 1:40 a.m. I started a video chat with Iris. Long time no see. I'm sorry to call you out of the blue like this, but I need to see you. Iris got so excited that she dropped her guard. I told her where to meet, and she agreed right away. It was all according to plan. I knew that if I looked like him, she would do anything.
I've been looking for him for 6 years.
I see. That is why Iris left Matsushita Diner.
So the person she trusts most.
Is me.
You, Date. Number 89's current body was originally yours.
After Iris got into the car, I put her to sleep. I restrained her and called Hitomi.
I have your daughter. Don't call the police or she dies.
I used Iris to reel in Hitomi. And you. Thanks for being so cooperative. But you did drag your feet. I was getting tired of waiting.
About Monica's murder 18 years ago.
I was only 12, but I remember it vividly. On that day, 18 years ago, I heard my dad on the phone. I'm going to see Monica. I followed him. I got into a taxi and followed my dad's car. He went to the Harbor Warehouse District.
She's like, okay, I'm going. Oh, I was really hoping we got to see young Saito. But we just get this blue figure. A blue man group. Why did you kill Monica?
I've only ever been happy when I was killing something. Before Monica, I would kill cats and pigeons. It was the only way I could feel happiness. The only way I could feel anything. But like a drug, I eventually grew a tolerance to it. Next, I'll kill a human. That's when I found out about Monica. That woman took my dad from me, and she stole all the happiness from my house. So I chose her as a target. I was born with a brain disorder. I can't secrete oxytocin from my pituitary gland, and I didn't have a mother. Not a real one, I mean. My mom died giving birth to me. So, naturally, my emotions toward my dad were complicated.
Complicated.
Sometimes I think, if I didn't kill Monica, would things be different? Maybe the murders 6 years ago never would have happened. Me, you, Rohan. Maybe none of us would have gotten mixed up in this. And maybe Shoko Nadami never would have gotten killed.
Maybe.
Isn't destiny a curious thing? One mistake can change so many lives.
Listen to the rest of his story.
Sorry, I don't have anything else to say to you.
Never mind.
And even I'm growing tired of seeing that twisted, angry face of yours. So, shall we get started? Give me my body back.
No. No. Oh, he's beep beep booping. Doesn't look like I have a choice. Oh. Oh, I hear
What
gross
a
noise.
Strange fake eye.
Oh, he doesn't know that I have Iba. Oh. Interesting. Oh! Horrible. Horrible, dude. I didn't want to see that. Oh, the fact that he could just do that.
It's ready.
Oh. Blah. 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 It's gross. Alright, if this is really a Somnium, I believe this would probably be the last Somnium that I do. Although it might, I mean, it's going to be different because it's got to be different feeling, right?
This is the sink room.
Nice.
That was...
It's going to be weird, isn't it?
Damn it, why can't I wake up? This doesn't look like footage from a surveillance camera.
Mental Lock 1. Yeah, it's all kinds of fucked up. Man, I have to do it as... I don't even get to do it as Iba. Whoa. Mental Lock 4. Mental Lock 5. Yeah, this is all fucked up. Sinking in the chain. Search Kaname Date. Kaname Date. Date. Kaname. Abyss Special Agent. Verify identity.
What?
Nice. Whoops. Wait, that's concealed? Wait, that what? What's happening? He's like,
I? Being synced?
Oh boy, this is funky. Oh. Oh, do I go now? Exit and monitor. Oh, there's some new files. Saito in Iris. Date synced with Iris after Renju's body was found in Sunfish Pocket. However, at the time, Saito was, or could have been, in Iris's body. Why didn't he try to get his, Date's body back then? If the sync had continued past the 6-minute time limit, he could have done just that. But remember what Saito, in Boss's body, said about journeys. A journey only truly ends once you come back home. Saito wasn't done murdering just yet. He didn't want his journey to come to an end. He still had more victims in mind. Oh, the time remaining thing isn't moving because I assume the game, because of narratively, the time limit doesn't matter, right? Because he wants the it to go over the 6-minute time limit, right?
A door.
Open. Interesting.
Sink?
Check.
Without Aiba, I can't figure anything out.
I don't know. Smack it then. Investigate knife.
What?
What? Whoa. Whoa, whoa.
Damn it, what is this?
I clearly have no control over what's happening narratively in the sync, you know? Sink room door. Should I try to see what's in the exit?
The door. It won't open.
Damn.
Go to the sink room, huh?
Move. I'm trying to keep an eye out to see if there's a hidden object. A hidden Aiba bauble.
It's a sink machine.
Investigate. Oh! That squish sound I'm not enjoying. Eyeball squish.
Me? What was he doing?
Thank you. Just doing another pass around the room to see. Okay.
Sink here.
Go ahead and fix. Let's see what happens. Wow. God. Good job.
Again.
Following door.
A door? What is this? This wasn't here before.
Move. Move your body. Move your body. Move your body. Move your body. Move your body.
This is...
Chemical plant? We're a photo and we're drowning in blood. I keep looking at the letters that are being blocked out by the percentage sign on the thing, and I don't actually think it means anything. But first, it blocks out the O, and then it blocks out a C. I think it's just supposed to mean the percentage is moving towards the end, like it's like a progress bar almost, like a completion percentage bar thing. So just making its way through the word concealed. But I keep going like OC. OC, what could it mean? I mean, now it's blocking out the L. OCL. Pool of blood. Okay, let's look around here. Could the hidden... Listen to this music, dude. This is horrifying. It's not that. I really tried. Oh, hey.
What?
What is that? Found all hidden look at that. All hidden items. Bam. Bam, baby. Best person ever at video games. Should I see it? See what it is now. That's cool. With the red flooding in. The red light. That's a good picture. God, this music is scaring me.
Blood.
Blood. Go ahead and try scooping up blood. Yeah, scoop it up. Scoop it. That didn't do anything.
Blood.
Try to stick your hand in it.
Damn.
Ah.
This. It's them.
The emotes on the face, the emotions on the faces sometimes in this game seem like comedically off for some reason. Although it's just, it's silly. Like, look at it, frozen,
You're.
Saito. Go ahead and knock it down. Damn it.
I can't. I just can't do it.
Can't do it.
You're.
Try to hit it. Nice.
Damn, nothing.
He's laughing at you for that weak attempt at breaking the mirror.
You're.
Touch.
I touched it, but nothing happened.
Okay.
You're.
Investigate.
It's just a mirror.
Oh, put the eyeball in there. Put the eyeball in his eye. Whoa.
Damn it.
Whoa. What? Put that face away. Put that face away. Put it away.
That's it. Just a little more.
Oh no. No. Hey. Don't do it. So how the hell is Dante gonna get out of the situation? He seems kind of fucked. Is this game just gonna end with a bad
I'm sinking.
like bwamp bwamp moment? You know what I mean? Like, oh, you couldn't do anything. Percentage sink. Don't sink. Do something. Resist, Dante.
I can't stop it.
Do a dance. Do a iris dance. Treat it like quicksand. Don't panic. Uh-oh. I can't do anything else, can I? Uh-oh.
What do I do?
Oh, he's running in slow motion. Is he making progress? I can't tell. I can't tell if he's actually moving forward at all. Oh, this is just...
What is this?
If this was me, I'd be so scared, dude. Actual nightmare. You're like living an actual nightmare.
That was...
Ooh. Oh, those were cables. Those weren't eye.
I did it! I did it! Oh, this feeling! I'm back. I got it all back! This fake eye is awful.
Oh, he made a bad
Well, I
mistake.
suppose
He doesn't
it's
take
better
it.
than nothing.
Oh, damn it.
I think I'll keep it.
I thought he was gonna be like, I don't want it. It's awful, and I thought that was how I was gonna slowly get back at him. Back with Aiba, just in a different body. But I don't think it actually works like that. I don't think you can just take Aiba, like you have to have some kind of, I would imagine some kind of special connection, right?
This prototype machine has a special function. The body I am transferring my consciousness into will receive a stimulant. The other body receives a sedative. You will be feeling it soon. Like I told you earlier, my plan is to kill Iris and Hitomi in front of you. So I can't be killing you right away. You will watch them die, and then you will follow in their footsteps. You should be honored.
My body won't move. My vision is getting hazy. My consciousness was melting away. Clarity fading. I don't know what happened. I could only watch as it unfolded in front of me. The scene that played before my eyes left me dumbfounded. It was a fragment of my memory, lost all those years ago. A piece of my past, buried deep in my subconscious.
Ratty cake, baker's man. Bake me a cake as fast as you can. Had it, poke it, fill it with fruit. Put it in the oven. Rock, paper, scissors, shoot.
Very strange. Still, we haven't discussed just how weird it is that she combined patty cake with rock, paper, scissors as like a thing. What a strange concept. What a weird kid you are, Iris.
Up, side to side, up, down, pinch.
Iris, remember when you asked me what your stage name should be? How about A-Set?
Oh, so yeah, that's a good. This is an interesting. I mean, it's not the biggest reveal or anything, but it's a small little detail that it was technically Date that came up with the A-Set stage name and everything, because, yeah.
A-Set?
A-Set. That's right. I thought of that name. This is when I taught Iris about her name. Greek and Egyptian mythology, too.
A-Set.
A-Set.
It's pretty. I love it.
You see that flower over there? It's a very special flower that blooms in the cold. A winter iris. Just like the iris from Greek mythology.
She's the messenger goddess. And the goddess of rainbows, too.
That's right. That's why the iris means good news and hope.
Good news. Hey, Uncle. You met Mommy at this shrine, right?
Yeah, I was dying.
When am I gonna hear good news from you two?
What?
When will Uncle be my dad?
The Okonomiyaki War.
Iris drew it. She must have really enjoyed herself. She even said that she wanted to do it again soon.
Yeah, we should. We'll do it whenever she likes. Maybe even every day.
Maybe.
Oh, you. Every day?
Hitomi, do you want to live together? The three of us?
Are you sure?
What do you mean?
People are going to talk.
I don't care about that one bit.
Well then, hypothetically, what if Iris and I were being hunted down by a secret organization?
Hmm?
Well, I'd defend you, of course.
What if they're zombies?
Zombies?
Remember when we went to that haunted house and you were clinging to my arm?
Because it was dark and it came out of nowhere. But fine. I don't care if it's zombies or aliens or whatever else.
Oh shit.
Thanks.
I don't care if it's zombies or aliens or whatever else. I will defend you and Iris with my life.
Thank you.
Well then, my answer is yes.
So, you want to go clean? Fine. Do as you please. You've done a lot for us. But there is one last thing. One final job I want you to do for me. It's nothing major. This woman and her daughter. I need you to dispose of them. Should be simple, no?
This is...
Now I understand. I understand why Rohan Kamakura wanted these two dead. Yeah, because Hitomi saw the murder happen, and obviously Iris is the child to the person they killed. So Tsujima asked Rohan to take Monika's corpse deep in the mountains where no one would find it. Rohan found out that Hitomi knew about it. He also found out that Monika had given birth to a child. If the media got a hold of it, Congressman Tsujima would be ruined. That information would no doubt lead to discovering Monika's murder. So and Saito would be arrested immediately. That investigation would lead straight to Rohan. But Rohan never told So about Hitomi and Iris. I don't know why not. Maybe he decided it wasn't important enough to mention. He played it close to the chest, need to know basis only. That's why there'd be no loose ends. Wait, what was this sentence? But Rohan never told So. Okay. Sure. That's why Rohan hired the assassin Falco. Meaning me, to kill Hitomi and Iris. Falco. Dumb name.
You got it. I want you on this right away.
I mean, to be fair though, Date is also a silly name, so.
If you could do it in 2, maybe 3 days, that would be great. Good luck.
Of course, I couldn't go through with it, but if I didn't kill them, someone else would. I was sure of it. I needed a plan. How could I get out of the organization and keep them safe? But I couldn't think of anything. Didn't know what to do. I needed advice from an old friend.
I see. I hear some pretty crazy confessions in my line of work, but this one takes the cake. But don't worry, all right? You could have told me you were being attacked by Martians and I still would have believed you.
The truth is, Boss and I were both in the same rookie class of police recruits in our 20s. We've been close ever since.
So, can you help me?
I do have one idea.
Huh?
Have you heard of the new investigation department, Abyss? I was put in command there.
Boss explained Abyss and syncing to me.
The sync machine is normally used to look inside someone's head, but it does have another function. You can technically use it to swap bodies.
Swap bodies?
Right. So if we use that...
What do you mean?
I mean, switch bodies with Rohan. The new you will be Rohan, chairman of the Kumakuras. Then you can send out an order. No one lays a finger on Hitomi and Iris.
Okay, so now we understand the link.
Will he be in my body?
We understand the link of, like, why the initial switches started happening, right? The initial switches started happening because he fell in love with Hitomi and was like, oh, I can't have this. I can't, like, go off and kill them as I was instructed. So that's when the switching started happening.
Just get rid of it, I guess.
Get rid of it?
You can take this opportunity to get rid of Falco once and for all. No one will know what really happened. No one will ever find out that a police officer was moonlighting as an assassin. It's 2 birds with 1 stone, right?
She made a good point. I had no reservations about giving up my body. My body had soaked in so much blood over the years. I was almost glad to be rid of it, but I did have a single regret. One single regret. Oh, I'm curious. We go to the file here. Boop, boop, boop. Look at that album complete picture. So that's how they handled that. Look at Beta Iba. Oh my god, look at like the four-legged one. I don't know if I like that. Ew, I don't like the cord dangling out the back either. That just is weird to me looking. Grosser looking. Okay, let's see this. Yeah, sketches of the, yeah. I have no idea what she's doing there, but okay. Album completed. Look at that. Dun 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 dun. I'm trying to see if there's any details in the. Oh, okay. I was trying to see like what are the details, but it's just a bunch of like photos. It looks like photos that we've completed that are like strewn about there, so that's cool. We're the best. Okay, with my body switched, I couldn't show myself to Hitomi or Iris. I would never be able to see them again. Oh, but I didn't care, as long as they were safe.
All right. Leave everything to me. Hayato Yagyu.
That was my real name. Oh, so my man, so many aliases. Obviously, what she just said. What is that? Hayato
Hayato Yagyu.
Yagyu. Hayato Yagyu.
Hayato Yagyu.
Real name. That was my real name, it says. And then, obviously, Falco, I think, was my, like, hitman name, basically. Now, I don't know where she comes up with Date as a name. I'm sure we're about to learn those origins. So does she somehow then...
Boss, how did you bring in Rohan Kumakura?
I made up some charges and had the cops take him in.
Is that okay?
Yeah, it'll be fine. Because he's about to switch bodies.
Alright. Rohan has been put to sleep. He will not be waking up for a while.
Remember, to get your consciousness to fully transfer.
Yeah, I know. I understand. Stay in Somnium for more than 6 minutes. Right.
Oh, that's a really smart way. Since we got told every time we were doing a Somnium that get out in 6 minutes. It's like the reverse of that. That's pretty clever. That's a nice moment. That's a nice small little detail touch, you know? Again, what do I always say? I love the little details in games, right? That's cool. Oh my god, stop, stop, stop. Stop, stop.
Stop!
Oof. Something about using just a blunt rock to kill someone is brutal.
Please. Help me. Help me.
You're...
It's me.
Rohan?
Did you forget your own idea?
Does that mean...
I'm Hayato Yagyu. The switch worked. And there's been a breakthrough in the case.
I know. You don't have to say it.
regarding the Cyclops serial killings, right?
How did you know?
We can monitor what happens in the Somnium from this room.
Paul's computer explained. There wasn't just one Cyclops serial killer. There were two. One was Rohan, the other was Saito Sejima. The sync revealed everything.
We should ask him about it.
Good idea. When Rohan wakes up, we'll interrogate him. Huh?
Oh. Great. Good job, guys.
What? Pewter, where is he?
How would I know? This is bad.
Hey, which way did Rohan go?
Huh?
Why are you asking me a question?
Rohan's standing right there.
No, this isn't Rohan.
Yagyu, where is Yagyu? Where did he go? Oh, him. He just left.
What?
Why didn't you stop him?
What do you mean? He's a detective. He said he wanted to leave, so I opened the door.
Peter says, like, I can't believe it.
Did I do something wrong? No, don't tell me.
I shot out of the room like a bullet. I had a bad feeling. An awful, terrible feeling down to the bones. I knew where he was headed. I ran out to the parking lot, got in a car, and floored it.
Oh, hello. What are you doing here at this hour?
Okay, that makes sense. So yeah, then this is Rohan's personality inside this body. And he would want to murder
Stop.
them.
You're always flattering me. Anyway, come on in. I'll make us some tea.
You bastard!
No! Stop!
Damn, crazy she lived through that.
Stop right there!
And then that's how 89, as we know it, 89 got arrested here. Tomi had to endure a long, complicated surgery, but she survived. But it came at a price. She was left with a permanent injury. She lost all use of her right hand, thanks to the bullet I fired from my own gun. I said nothing. I got up and left the hospital room, and I left all my memories with her. That night, I visited the Kumakura building, called them all together.
Everyone, listen up. Hitomi Sagan and her daughter Iris are untouchable from this day forward. If any of you lay a single finger on them, you don't want to know what'll happen to you. Are we clear? Yes, sir!
I went to So's mansion, by boss's request.
Meet with Saito. Figure out the truth behind the Cyclops murders. As long as you're like that, I think he'll be more open with you.
So I went to the Sajima residence. When I got there, I said, I want to meet Saito into the intercom. After a while, the gate opened and Saito himself welcomed me. We still don't know what the original Saito looks like, right? Oh wait, Saito looks like that. I'm such a fucking idiot. I was like
What is it you want to talk about?
yeah, we knew what Saito looked like. God, I'm telling you, the brain is dead by the end of the week. My brain, at least. You know, you do a whole long work week and you're like, ah, shit, I can't keep things straight. And you're like, ah, I'm trying my best. Yeah, Saito looked like this. This is dumb. Why did the victims have their right eyes taken out?
That was your idea. I don't understand why you're asking me.
My idea, was it?
Yes. You told me that you suffer from hemispatial neglect, that you can't recognize the right half of your vision. You always eat the left half of your meals and all that. The same is true of the faces of those you've killed. You can't recognize faces out of your right eye, which means you can only see the right half of their faces. And that's why you pull their right eye. That's what you told me anyway.
About Saito and Rohan.
How long has it been since we last met?
That's an odd question.
Humor me.
The first time we met was when I killed Monica. And my father asked you to deal with the body. But we didn't so much as see each other for 12 years after that. Why are you asking me this?
What was the next time we met?
About half a year ago.
And what did I tell you then?
You don't remember?
Remind me.
I remember you showed up rather suddenly. You really want to kill people? I'll find you targets. Just let me keep the eyes. Then we both get what we want. We'll make good partners.
About the next target.
Do you have someone in mind?
Let me think. What'll it be? The 5th murder? The 5th Cyclops killer victim?
Hold on. Could you not refer to us like that?
Why not?
I told you, it's very old-fashioned.
But that's our name.
A name you decided. You even sent that letter without my permission. You said it would throw off their investigation. I don't know how effective it was.
So there's no relation to Greek mythology?
What? Don't ask me. You're the one who came up with it.
Bring him to Abyss. Knock him out.
Saito, could you come with me for a bit?
Where are we going?
There's a place I want to take you.
Really? Is it perhaps the police station?
Suddenly, bodyguards rushed out from inside the mansion. They surrounded me before I could react. So yeah, he was a step ahead of me.
What are you doing?
You aren't the real Rohan Kumakura.
Oh, what tipped you off?
I could tell as soon as you opened your mouth.
I know. I was about to say, like, if this reveal wasn't a thing, I would have been like, man, Saito must be dumb and, like, you think alarms aren't going off that he's like, remind me about this.
Let's get a change of scenery. Fortunately for you, I am interested in hearing you talk. Mr. Kumakura showed me this place, so it's fitting that this is where you die. What a wonderful feeling. The truth serum is working beautifully. Wow. I see. I see. You got into that body with the sync machine. Fascinating. I'm intrigued. I want to see it for myself.
Ooh.
The prototype sync machine. Where is it? Chiba? You there. Why don't you go and fetch it for me? Don't worry. I'll pay whatever it costs.
A few days later. And now we know it all. The whole timeline of it all.
Let's say you and I get started.
Oh, the sound again. Oh, stop with this. Oh, don't rip it. Oh my god, dude. See, he does rip it out completely. Like, he's...
All right. Let's go.
Like we were talking about, like, oh, you know, if the things are still connected, you can pop it back in, but he's like, just fuck it. Run.
What are you doing? Follow him!
My memories after that were lost in a violent haze. I was forcibly disconnected during the sync. Saito's mind overwhelmed me, only my consciousness was sent over. Saito's mind overwhelmed me. Okay. My memories were left behind in my original brain. I thought I might have some of Saito's memories to cling to, but I never picked them up. Maybe because they weren't mine to hold. Felt like reality itself was disappearing. I was confused and lost, like suffering from a permanent hallucination. I could barely feel my feet beneath me, walking under the city lights. When I regained my faculties, I found that I was in Golden Yokocho. My wandering with no destination mind was interrupted by a woman. A woman.
You're Saito Sejima? I guess not.
Huh?
Sorry, I just had a feeling. I heard that the prototype machine was stolen, so we lost communication for a whole week.
Who are you?
Just as I thought. You've lost your memory. All right. From now on, think of me as your boss.
Boss?
That's right. That's what you'll call me. Come with me. To where you belong.
So that's why he just called her boss for the longest of the time.
I managed to make a new family register for you. From today on, you have a new name and a new life. As a member of Abyss, the team I run.
You want me to be a police officer?
You were a policeman before, remember? You've already passed the exams. There shouldn't be a problem.
But the new me didn't pass.
That's fine, trust me. It won't be a problem. That congressman knows how to pull strings.
Who?
No one, never mind.
So what's my new name?
Kaname Date. I hope you like it.
Kaname Date.
Yep. Nice to meet you, Date.
Kaname Date. One year later, I was called into the control room. Computer had something to show me.
The official title is AI Ball. You may call her Aiba. The artificial intelligence contained within this sphere is nothing short of miraculous. Special Agent Date, from today forward, this is your partner. She will be your personal computer and your personal companion.
How are you feeling? Your head clearing up?
Oh shit, yeah. Because... Oh, we have some... Here we go. Falco. Name. Hayato Yagyu. I don't remember how she said it. Male. 42. Profession. Police officer and assassin. Likes a special elementary school teacher and her daughter. Dislikes zombies. Haunted houses. Evil crimes. Hobbies. Camping. Barbecue. Okonomiyaki. Skills. Assassination. Overview. Kaname Date's true identity, also known as Falco, or 89. He was working as a police officer by day and assassin by night until 6 years ago. The mystery of the prototype sync machine. 6 years ago, a prototype version of the sync machine was stolen. Boss knew that Saito was the one who stole it. Without knowing where it was taken, she could not retrieve it. Falco in Saito's body lost his memory, and Saito in Rohan's body was crippled. So Sejima was not even aware of this machine's existence. During this time, MPD received reliable intel. The machine had been scrapped, and the parts had been sold overseas on the black market. The report was of course false, but the MPD, perhaps being bribed, decided not to pursue this issue any further. It was eventually rediscovered in the abandoned chemical plant. There's still just a few more in here. I don't know if we're going to get these or not, but...
I've been waiting. I really want you to enjoy this show. I need you to see it clearly. Awake. Looking at it.
Don't look at me, you weirdo. Look anywhere but you. Counterattack. What was Falco's real name?
You would know more about that than me. Or do you not remember? You've been using other men's names for so long you don't even know your own.
It's Yagyu. Hayato Yagyu.
Yes, that's right. You're a Japanese native who worked as a police officer. Imagine a police officer being a serial killer. I don't think the public would react kindly to that if they found out. Heads would roll. Departments would fold. There would be shameful suicides.
Shameful suicides.
So your superiors decided that erasing every record of your existence was the preferable option. Hayato Yagyu ceased to exist. And Falco, the anonymous assassin, was sent to prison, where he was known as Number 89, fitting for a man with no name.
What happened after we exchanged minds?
What are you doing? Follow him!
After the sink 6 years ago, I became a parasite in Rohan's body. But I was broken. The sink only sent data to my brain piece by piece.
I mean, it's a good point. It's I mean, obviously fucked up situations all around, abound everywhere from all these people, but Saito here was against his will switched bodies, right? Like, he didn't want to switch bodies. And then, you know, the person we know as Date, Falco, 89, almost selfishly was like, well, I'm going to switch bodies without, you know, obviously Saito agreeing. And then Saito, because of his weird imbalanced chemical brain problem, led a terrible life, allegedly. You know, I guess is the whole deal.
But that error did allow me to escape prison.
No! Stop!
It was Rohan who was accused of injuring Hitomi. Naturally, I went to trial, being the one inside Rohan's body at the time.
Wait, say that again? The single is but that error did allow me. It was Rohan who was accused of injuring Hitomi. Naturally, I went to trial, being the one inside Rohan's body at the time.
For a violation of firearms law and attempted murder. However,
prosecution tried to get him on premeditated murder, but it was determined that he was insane at the time. Anyway, they decided to keep him in a special hospital.
About Rohan after the personality exchange.
Stop right there!
"6 years ago, Rohan in Falco's body. visited Hitomi's house and tried to kill her. But that didn't go very well. He was arrested by the police. He was sent to trial and sentenced to life in prison. It only makes sense.
It only makes sense.
Falco was an assassin responsible for countless murders. The title assassin makes it sound so clean and professional, doesn't it? But he was a murderer. A serial killer. Life in prison was a light sentence as far as I'm concerned. You deserved far worse. Consider yourself lucky.
Alright, time to counterattack. Dun, 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 dun. Saito is off guard. I might be able to make a move. Try to sweep Saito's feet. But then it didn't work. Imagine. Yeah. That wasn't gonna work.
You have a choice. Iris and Hitomi. Die before these two or after. I would of course prefer that you choose the latter. It would be quite a lonely affair with no one watching. So, what do you want to do? I'll give you to the count of 3. 1, 2, 3.
Really?
No, wait!
Oh my god. Nice. I would not have guessed he would be the one that saves me.
Damn.
I would never have believed it. I can't believe it.
Are you okay?
Yeah, I'm fine. But are you really Date?
Yeah. How'd you know?
Someone called Aiba told me about it. It was weird. It was kind of like eavesdropping.
Aiba?
Where is she? I don't see her anywhere.
In Saito's left eye socket. What's wrong?
Sorry, but bastard got me. Take this.
Oh no, is Mama gonna die?
Do it. Tessa and her mom are in danger, right? Please, save them.
I gave a firm nod and gripped the gun, following after Saito. Whoa, okay.
Iris!
Date, do you like fireworks? I love them. A brilliant, glimmering fragment of time. The flash begins as a perfectly ordered chemical reaction that melts into chaos. Human lives are the same, are they not? As is the universe itself.
Damn it! I can't get him in my sights. And I can't get any help from Aiba.
Blooming. Scattering in the moment. And it's only a single moment, isn't it? A unique moment that you can never revisit. That's what makes life beautiful.
Should I just risk it?
Oh, did I? I think I might have cut him off.
That's what makes life beautiful. Don't you think so?
But if I miss, I'll hit Iris.
But I've spoken enough. It's showtime. I will show you the most beautiful fireworks you've ever seen. The scattering of the cerebral plasma. The splattering blood.
Cerebral plasma.
It's art. Perfect, beautiful art of a lonely moment in time. Don't blink. I want this to burn into your retinas. Well, the one you have left.
Damn it! What do I do? What do I do?
Toria!
Oh my god.
Mizuki!
Go, Mizuki, go.
You bastard! What do you think you're doing to Iris?
The actual superhero.
I'm here to help.
Oh no. Oh no. Yeah. Nice, nice, nice. KO. Oh my gosh, sure you can.
Did you find him?
No, I can't find him anywhere.
Where the hell is he?
Wait, the guy you just like sky uppercutted? What do you mean? Wouldn't you just go where the body was flung? How's your foot?
I'm fine. This is nothing.
What do you mean her foot? Wasn't she shot in the leg?
Stop worrying about me and go get that guy.
Are you okay?
I'm fine. Don't worry about me. Go save my mom.
Haven't heard Iris speak in a while, I feel like. Like present day Iris. When did you get here?
Some girl named Iba told me to come. I heard everything.
About the mind swapping, too. I heard it, too. From Saito. Uncle.
Uncle.
It's
Unk.
really you, right?
Unk. You came to help?
Yeah, of course. If I didn't come, who would?
Oh, but don't flatter yourself, Date. We didn't come here for you. We're here to save Iris and Hitomi.
Right. Got it.
Iris is holding up Mizuki. Mizuki's leaning against Iris. Iris seems to be okay. I need to find Saito. I'm worried about her, but right now I need to find Saito. Ocha's looking at me uneasily. But I can't think about him right now. I need to help find Hitomi. Ah. Okay, where the fuck did I mean, what am I looking at? The window?
I heard footsteps earlier, like someone going up the stairs.
To the top floor.
Let's go. Saito took the stairs upward. Wait, do I just... Am I supposed to be... Can't see Saito. Oh. Is that them? I was like, wait. So I clicked the stairs and it's like, oh, you're not gonna go up the stairs. Okay, so and then there was a moment where I'm like, oh, do I still need to find him in this room? And then I just, it's just very tiny up there.
Date!
Hitomi?
Hitomi!
I sprinted as fast as I could, rushing up the stairs step after step until they blurred together. When I reached the top floor, a sight I will never forget greeted my eye. What? Your eye, your singular eye now.
Damn it!
Mom! Iris!
It seems I have an even bigger audience now. That's fine. Having more spectators will be a treat for us all. You all want to see, don't you? The fireworks.
I don't like how he keeps referring it to fireworks. It's kind of gross.
Oh, am I wrong? So you don't want to see the fireworks? Fine. Let's do this then. Date, drop your weapon. I promise I'll put the fireworks on hold.
You've broken promises, you asshole.
I'll even release this woman.
He's lying, Date!
Don't do it!
Throw down your gun, Date. Ah, I see. You don't intend to take me up on my generous proposal?
Date.
You want to shoot me, is that it? Then do it. But you only get one shot.
You got one shot.
You have to kill me with one bullet. If you don't, the fireworks show will begin in earnest. And I will blow this woman's brains into the sky. What will it be, Date? What will you do?
Should you pull the trigger? Do it.
I can't hit him at this range.
Okay, don't do
I
it.
can't aim with one eye. If only Aiba was here, I could take him out with her assist gauge.
Oh yeah, he doesn't have that, like, the thing.
Damn it! My limbs are weak. Is it the sedative?
I assume this is gonna be
It's no
another
good.
failed state,
I
right?
can't get him in my sights. If I pull the trigger now, I've only got one shot. If I miss, it's all over.
I might as well see it, right?
Action rifle. If I fire and miss, he'll have enough time while I'm pulling back the lever too. I can't miss. Hitomi's life is on the line. How can I make this shot? Even if I don't take the shot, Hitomi's still in danger.
Go.
I have no choice. Please hit him.
No, man. It's gonna be wildly off. I watched the bullet slice through Saito's cheek and buried itself in the back wall with a bang. In the next moment, oh, don't. I heard a click. And the sound of my mind shattering. Boing, boing. Boing, boing. Boing, boing. Yeah, it was presented the same way, where it kept giving you chances to not do it, but I was a I'm curious person. I want to see what it is. I want to see what happens. Now the question is going to be, how far back do I have to go? How much dialogue am I going to have to skip to get back there? Hopefully not much. That would be a bummer. Dun dun dun. Don't take the shot. Don't take the one shot. Alright, it's not too bad. Don't pull the trigger. Don't pull it.
Well done. However, you aren't out of the woods yet. You have to throw your gun down, remember? You have 1 minute. If that weapon is still in your hands, I'll start the fireworks. And one more thing. If any of you move, I'll skip down to 0. Let's begin. Ready? 59. 58.
Date,
I
look!
was gonna count down like an asshole.
It's that girl I told you about!
Oh, hi, Aiba.
Aiba.
Date, I do not have much time. Listen carefully. As I mentioned previously, I cannot escape this body. The surge of electricity shorted out my circuits. I cannot administer a paralyzing electric shock either. However, there is another option.
Huh?
Self-destruct.
Oh no. Don't tell me Aiba has to die.
Let us determine a code number. Command 41205. If you issue this command, I will detonate.
No, that's still too dangerous. The number will be the first lock. If I give you the second command within 1 minute of the first...
What is the second command?
How about if I tell a lie?
A lie?
A lie.
Something that's not the truth. If I say something untrue, I want you to regard it as the second command.
Is your data stored in the cloud?
Unfortunately, that data has all been deleted. I'm speaking to you using only local data.
Then, if your body is destroyed...
Correct. I will be destroyed as well.
Aww.
10, 9,
Say it, Date.
6, 5,
Date, command!
2, 1.
Oto was like,
You are even more of an idiot than I thought. Do I look like the kind of man who keeps his promises?
That's what I tried to say.
Now you get to see 5 fireworks. If you didn't drop your gun, it would have only been 1. You understand? After I dispose of this woman, I will pop their heads as well. I can't believe you did that. Fortunately for you, you won't have long to regret it. Yes. Yes. The burning in your eye. I see it now. Watch. Eyes open. Watch this woman die. See her brain burn like fireworks.
Iba, can you hear me?
Yes,
We don't have a choice.
I know.
Command 41205.
Okay, Date.
I...
What is happening? What is going to be a lie that he says? Is it going to be something corny like, I don't care about you? This is so just, especially when it's a little tiny eyeball creature. It's just like, what?
I hate you, Iba.
Oh, I was right. It's corny. Ah!
I hate you, and I never want to see you again.
Second command confirmed. I understand.
Command self-destruct. Kaboom. Just,
Be seeing you.
how big is the explosion? Because... Oh! Oh! Oh my god. Jesus. Gruesome.
Has Iba always been in your left eye?
Yeah,
Why didn't you tell me?
I thought you'd be jealous.
Huh? Thank you so much, Uncle.
No, don't thank me. Thank my partner.
Mr. Falco. It is you, Falco. Right?
MoMA. He didn't die.
You shouldn't call me that. I am Kaname Date.
Nice.
MPD, Special Investigation Team Abyss. Sinker.
Sad person. Partnerless. I will come back. You can blame it all on me. Iba. Three months later. Yukumi Shrine. 3 months. 3 months later. Terrible impression. I try.
Uncle, your left eye.
Oh, this? It's just a prosthetic.
No. I
It
wanted
doesn't
like
bother me.
Iba V version 2.0.
Oh, good.
The offering box.
You know, if we had some fishing line and gum.
I never thought you'd be an offering box thief.
No, you've got it all wrong.
I swallowed a goldfish. I'm trying to get it out by swallowing some fishing line.
Are you sure your brain is fully recovered?
Offering box. A guardian dog.
These statues are supposed to be inspired by sphinxes from Egypt that went to India, then China, then all the way to Japan.
Really? I didn't know that.
A tree. Mizuki knocked one of these down. The priest?
What? Huh.
I looked around, but no one was there.
Is something wrong?
That's really strange.
No, I just felt like I heard someone talking.
That was like such a distant, like, I replanted a tree.
What?
A tree. There's no one around. Weird. A Chizuya. You wash your hands and face here. Okay, let's just talk to her. So how are you?
As you can see, I'm great.
Ah, well, that's great to hear.
Hop, hop. Kangaroo goes hop.
I'm glad the surgery went well.
Are you, 10-year-old?
Yeah. The nanomachines went pew pew and bzz bzz and got rid of all the tumors.
Oh boy, isn't that convenient?
At least, that's what I think they sound like. I don't know, they're small. Anyway, everything is fine now. The doctor even said I can dance again.
That's the most important thing.
All thanks to the boss. She paid for the treatment. Can you believe it?
Oh, she's rich. It's not exactly true. Boss didn't pay out of her pocket. It was a confidential transfer of funds from the main office. Iris knows everything about the original and new Cyclops serial killings now. Not just her. Hitomi, Mizuki, Ota, Moma, they all know. Higher-ups were willing to do anything to keep it from getting out. So in return for her silence, they agreed to pay for Iris' treatment. What did the other people
Maybe
get?
I owe it to the shrine. I feel like I ate the fruit of immortality in a dream somewhere.
Then I guess you're immortal, huh?
I don't like new Date voice.
We'll see 50 years from now.
What does this say? Why did you want to come here?
Because of the memories. I wanted to come here with Uncle again.
Ratty cake, baker's man.
Rock.
Bake me a cake as fast as you can.
Had it, poke it, fill it with fruit.
Put it in the oven. Rock, paper, scissors. Rock, paper, scissors, shoot. I win!
Yay.
By the way, I still don't have the answer to my question.
What question?
When am I gonna hear good news from you two?
Oh boy.
When will Uncle be my dad?
Get a new dad. I turned away without answering. I stared out into the distance. Something caught my eye. Winter iris is in full bloom. A Shinto shrine. Looks rather solemn. Misclicked. Do you like my new body?
The way you are now is more familiar for me anyway, so... My old uncle is back, you know? Besides, I don't care what you look like. You're always uncle to me. Isn't that how it should be? To judge by our hearts and not by our appearance?
So I'm really that ugly, huh?
No. It's a rugged kind of handsome.
It's rugged.
Well, let's get going.
Yeah, we still have a lot of people to see.
Yesterday, Iris was discharged from the hospital. Iris said that she wanted to see everyone who visited her, but she's a little embarrassed to go by herself, so I promised I'd take her.
We also have to get home. Shovel Forge.
Oh boy.
If you try it, I'm leaving.
I'm kidding.
You won't see me for another 16 years or whatever.
But we do have a date, don't we? The date we had 3 months ago isn't over yet. So let's go!
Do I have to go? Oh, I really do have to visit everyone. And probably have like a wrap-up conversation with everyone. Well, Marble, I guess? Just pick them in whatever interests me first, I guess.
Dante, honey, who is this?
Have I not introduced her before?
I'm Iris Sagan. Nice to meet you. I'm a net idol from Lemniscape.
A virgin?
Hmm?
I'm just saying, sweetie. You look like you don't know a lot of men.
And what about you, Mama?
Me? I'm a fairy godmother, honey, because I associate with fairies and am an older, motherly woman. Wait a minute. Who are you calling old?
You are.
Why is this man here? You.
You're So's bodyguard.
Who are you?
Alright, you wouldn't recognize this face.
Don't matter. Talking about So? Quit that gig long time ago.
You quit?
Yeah. That guy fucking sucks. I punched him in the face and quit.
You're drunk, aren't you?
You're drunk, aren't you?
I'm not drunk.
From the look of you, you're pretty good at hiding it.
Mama! Tits!
What?
Whoops. I meant tip. I got a big tip. If he gives me one more drinky.
Don't you think you've had enough?
No. No.
Oh, you're lucky I'm in a good mood. Fine. One more round, okay?
Yay.
So how are you?
As you can see, I'm a little tight, honey.
How could I see that?
You want to?
No.
I do. I want to see.
No, you don't.
Do you even know what she's referring to?
Huh?
Oh, shit. What are you doing with that bonito?
This?
Yeah, that.
It's not bonito.
What is it?
Then what is it?
Part of the man who cheated on me.
Oh,
I chopped him up and dried and smoked the flesh.
that's lovely.
You're joking, right?
Am I?
About things for the past 3 months.
I can't say much. The public thinks our Ren killed Shoko. And then number 89 busted out of jail and killed Ren. And then he goes and commits suicide by blowing up his own head. That's what all the news reports have been saying. I know there's more to it than that, but...
Saito Sejima and his body are both gone forever. Body I was in for the past 6 years. The head office would never admit that publicly, because at the time the body was thought to be that of Detective Kaname Date. So they tweaked things a little bit and pinned everything on number 89. Said that he committed suicide at the old factory. Only Kaname Date managed to survive. That's how they wrote it. But that's not the truth. Mama, the truth is...
Spare me, honey. I don't want to hear it. If I hear the truth, I'm only going to have more questions.
Good point.
There are a lot of things that don't quite add up. Date's face, for one thing. Looking exactly like number 89? They say that your face got hurt real bad in the explosion. They had to put you under the knife for plastic surgery to save you. Your face turned out like that by chance.
That is a wild story. Crazy she would believe that.
That's what happened, right? Tell me it is. If it's anything more complicated than that, I will lose my mind.
It's like, oh, I'm out of here.
We should head out.
Yeah.
Oh, leaving so soon?
Don't worry, I'll be back as long as you have information for me.
Oh, enough work. You should come in sometime for pleasure, honey.
Sure, Mama. See you soon.
Let's go to Sunfish Pocket. Boop, boop. What I'm really doing is I'm picking the places that I think would be the least interesting first. That's why I picked,
I am seriously so happy for you, Tessa.
It's thanks to you, Ota.
the bar there first.
If you didn't help me back then.
No, really. I didn't do much.
I didn't think Ota was going to be
risked
here.
my life to save you. It's a total exaggeration to say that I'm literally responsible for, you know, saving your life.
I see Ota is still Ota. What do you want? About my face.
Ota told me. Plastic surgery, right?
Yeah, sure.
I kind of like this face. More than the other one.
You're good at your job.
Please come again.
Maybe girls are standing around. They're just standing around. What's your relationship with the girls here?
You didn't know? I made lots of friends working here part-time. Sup, girl? Sup, girl?
Sup, girl?
Sup, girl?
Oh my god.
Excuse me? Ota, you can't just say that.
Oh, but he did. Iris is sitting there. Shadows.
Shadows.
Thread, silhouette, ASAT.
Fears.
Upset, regret, ASAT.
Water.
Wet, sweat, ASAT.
This is a weird gimmick.
You bet. I can't believe you remembered that, Uncle. I'm so happy.
I said most of it.
How have you been?
I've been doing good. I'm delivering newspapers in the mornings, working as a janitor during the day, and writing at night. I might just be the hardest working 20-something in Japan.
I don't know about that.
Really, though? I've got to be, like, in the top 3 in Tokyo alone.
I thought of kicking his ass, but I don't think it would take. But I'm glad you're okay, Ota.
I'm actually exhausted right now.
Ow.
But I can't look tired in front of Tessa. Anyway, how are you?
I guess I'm alright.
Your left eye,
It's fake. I can't see anything out of it. And it doesn't talk.
Unfortunately.
Huh?
It's a big bummer.
I see. So, Aiba? What a tragedy.
Man, I would feel weird if I was fed food like that as an adult.
Yeah. She was so cute. What a waste.
That's why.
If she were real, I would marry her.
You would not survive the attempt.
What do you mean?
Ota, what are you seeing? In front of Iris?
Oh! Tessa! I was kidding. It was a joke.
It's fine, I don't care.
Thank goodness.
I don't think that's what she means.
Say goodbye.
Well, Ota,
Aw, you're going already?
I can see you anytime I want, right? At Matsushita Diner?
You'll come?
Yeah, I want you to make me your omelet rice again.
Awesome. Stop by any time. I'll be waiting.
Let's go to Lemnis Gate. Who would be at Lemnis Gate? Is it gonna be Iris? Oh, Mizuki. I saw Mizuki when I saw Lemnis Gate because of what happened when I. Okay. Because of what happened this morning, Mizuki and I are in something of a cold war. She won't even look at me. We're both stubborn. Neither of us wants to apologize first. I'll talk to the receptionist. Thank you.
Excuse me?
Excuse me?
You might not remember, but 3 months ago, I called to ask you about Renju, and you told me about Sunfish Pocket. You really helped me out. Thank you.
Okay. I don't know what you're talking about, but whatever.
Stupid.
You want to go to a Tommy with me?
Yeah.
Tommy? Why?
Well...
All right. I mean, fuck it.
To rub them. Oh, I could rub them all day.
What?
You're
What?
too curvy, tight.
Oh! My shoulders! Oh my god, thank you. I've had so many knots lately. Ugh. Perfect timing. Go ahead. I'd love a shoulder rub.
I got up and moved behind the receptionist to rub her shoulders, then sat back down. Iris and Mizuki stared at me the whole time. Their icy gaze pierced my very soul.
Hold me! Hold me tight! Hold me tight!
Oh, my good fellow.
Oh, it's the
Feeling a
fucking
bit
driver.
worse for wear, are you? Worry not. I shall embrace you.
No, not you!
I heard her voice say from deep in my heart. Okay, well, great game, never change. Okay, here we go. Yo.
Yo!
She ignored me with all her might. Yeah.
Yeah!
Set my hand like a sword, ready to strike.
You want to fight me?
She didn't seem to take it as a joke. Better not fight her. I'm gonna get workers' comp for that. Hello?
Hello. How are you?
Creepy old man.
Nothing, huh?
Mizuki looks mad. Understandably. Can you ask Mizuki how she's been?
Uncle wants to know how you've been lately. You don't know? Even though we live together? Of course you don't know, because we barely talk. Even after you've officially adopted me, you don't have any sense of responsibility. That's what she said.
Can you ask Mizuki if she's graduating soon?
Uncle wants to know if you're going to graduate soon. So what if I am? Just buy me a new junior high uniform. And hire a tutor. I want to go to a good school. And a new smartphone. And a new iron pipe. That's what she said.
Can you ask Mizuki why she's here?
Uncle wants to know why you're here. No particular reason. Am I not allowed to be here? I inherited Daddy's stock at Lemniscate. This is my company now. Isn't it natural that I'd be here? That's what she said. Can you cut this out already? What happened?
Breakfast this morning. I made the eggs over easy.
That's it?
Yeah?
Well, that's not so bad.
No, that's not it. I made the eggs over easy, and then Dante...
How can I eat eggs like that? I want my eggs over well. Burned to the pan on the bottom and chewy on top.
Why don't you just eat an eraser?
An eraser would taste better than what you served.
You shouldn't say that about Mizuki's cooking. That's mean. You're in the wrong here, Uncle. Why don't you be honest and apologize?
Mizuki is the one who should be honest. I'm like her hero.
What?
When I was in the hospital, you were crying like a baby. Oh, I can't live without Dante. That's what you said.
No, I didn't. And you were never in the hospital.
Yes, I was. Was I not?
What? Then what was that memory?
Anyway, why don't you just make up already?
If Dante keeps his promise, I will.
Promise?
The Unagi, you said you would take me.
Oh, that. Yeah, not yet.
No, I can't.
Okay, fine. Soon, okay?
You promise?
Promise.
Good. I'm glad you two are being civil again.
Anyway, should we head out, Iris?
right, Mizuki. See you soon.
See you.
See you. Let's go to the diner. We're just gonna see the mom. Who's at the diner? Something to get you a diner. Yeah.
Oh, Tessa, your surgery went well, didn't it? Ota told me all about it. I'm so happy for you.
Thank you.
Why is the nurse in here?
Who is
Is this because, is it gonna be some story about how she's getting like help for her dementia?
Oh,
I'm close friends with Ota, ma'am.
Is that right? Thank you for taking care of my boy.
You're
the nurse from Central Hospital.
Well, yes. Have we met?
That's right. My face is different than what it was when we met.
why are you here?
I came to deliver Mayumi's medication. The pharmacist sent me.
You seem pretty happy.
I belong to the Association of Nurse Actresses. I got a call from my director this morning. They're giving me more lines.
What?
I used to have a bit part during the opening scene, but now I have lines at the end too.
Oh, that's actually very funny.
I'm really happy about that.
It's like a meta joke.
That's wonderful, sweetie.
She's got lines here at the end of the game. What's your name?
Hanayo Nasu. It will be Hanayo Yogano next month.
You're getting married?
Yes.
That is so wonderful.
Thank you.
She's a nurse from Central Hospital. Alright, about Ota, please.
Ota?
Your son!
Boy is a handful of trouble, I tell you.
That's not true.
Yeah, that's right. Ota can be really heroic and brave when the time calls for it.
Of course, 99% of life is not when the time calls for it.
You're praising my boy.
I keep yawning. I'm trying to like stay up. I don't want to like not finish this year. We've gone too far.
Maybe I should give you a meal on the house.
About the diner.
It's doing great thanks to you. The lunch rush is always crazy. My husband and I are working hard. We never get any time to rest.
Oh boy, Mayumi suffers from a brain dysfunction. Learned about it just before the incident 3 months ago. Matsushita Diner was actually closed up. Her husband has already passed away. Fortunately, it turned out that even the most advanced medical technology couldn't cure her dementia. But her medicine helps her manage the symptoms. It's a little odd, but it brings Mayumi happiness. To her, her husband is still alive, and her diner is still in business. I don't know if she remembers me. I look different than I did 3 months ago. She did ask me who I was, after all. But even if I were in my old body, she might have still asked the same thing. But she does remember Iris. Is that because she's Oda's friend? About Iris.
I visited her in the hospital. Ota brought me.
Yeah, I remember.
I was so charmed by her.
No, stop. You're making me blush.
I had no idea she was such a nice girl.
You thought I was a witch or something before, right?
Don't remind me. I was so awful to you. But now I'm a huge fan.
Thank you.
Time to go.
Well, let's get going.
Yeah, goodbye.
Thank you for helping my son. He needs friends like you.
He needs just friends in general. To the Sejima residence. I left Iris in the car. I figured that she didn't want to see him. Parked the car a little ways down. She doesn't know that I'm here.
I see your face has improved. This one doesn't make me so angry.
Because it's not his son's face, I guess. I don't know who told him, but but he must know about the switch.
What did you come here for?
Yeah, that's a good point. This whole time he was like, every time I was meeting it was his own son.
I want to ask you something.
Crazy. Why are you here?
That's a strange question to ask a man in his own home.
I just thought prison would suit you better.
Don't you know the law? No one can touch me.
Even though we both know you committed a crime.
Indeed.
Let that run while I'm adjusting the mic here.
And I was not the one who killed Monica Iwai. That was my son, Saito.
But you hired the Kumakuras to hide the body.
The statute of limitations for improper handling of a corpse is 3 years.
He knows the
I
law.
did what I did to protect my son. I hardly think that is a sin. Are you familiar with Article 105 of the Penal Code? Relatives of those who have committed crimes cannot be prosecuted for evidence tampering or obstruction of justice.
That's ridiculous.
I agree. If I were still a congressman, I might think about changing it.
That's right. You're not a politician anymore. The media has already begun tearing you to pieces.
Yes. Soon I won't be able to live in this country anymore. I'll retire to an island somewhere and live the rest of my days in leisure.
Be careful, so. There are a lot of people out there who have a grudge against you. People who will follow you to the ends of the earth.
That's none of your concern. Is that all you wanted to ask me?
Apparently not. Did you ever met a mistype there? I think it's missing another E. Did you ever meet 89?
By the way, did you ever meet number 89?
No, I didn't.
Did you ever see his face?
No. Why?
No reason.
About the chemical plant 8 years ago.
I've been studying for the past 3 months. I've learned a lot about the explosion of the chemical plant in Kawasaki. It was caused by you and Rohan, the chairman of the Kumakuras at the time.
As you know, my son Saito was abnormal. With all of the awful things that my son did, I used my money to cover it up. But that got increasingly expensive, you see. One day, 9 years ago, Saito called me.
Dad, I thought of a plan. A foolproof plan to make us rich.
The chemical plant explosion plan. To help ensure that the casino in Kawasaki would be extraordinarily profitable.
It was Saito's idea.
True. My son was born with an abnormal mind. But if I had never been involved with Monica in the first place, perhaps he wouldn't have ended up losing control completely.
I don't need to see the stabbings again. As
soon as he drove his knife into Monica, something awakened in him. In the end, that's what led to his destructive, violent plan.
You sound like you're blaming yourself.
Perhaps.
Why did you call Shoko's phone? "3 months ago, 9:02 p.m. on the Friday Shoko's body was found. So called her burner phone. I asked him why."
Do you recall the conversation we had? That my secretary got a call from number 89? That is true. I did get that call.
I know. You spoke with number 89, didn't you?
I did.
What did you talk about?
He told me this. A woman named Shoko Nadami knows what happened 18 years ago. Contact her.
And you called her phone?
Yes.
Why didn't you look for Saito 6 years ago? 6 years ago, my mind was implanted into the body of Saito. I lost my memory and ended up wandering the streets until Boss found me. She hired me at Abyss and gave me the name Kaname Date. But so, Saito's father never even put out a missing persons report on his son. Why?
Because of the woman you call Boss. 6 years ago, she came to me and explained the whole thing.
You know about the Cyclops serial killings? The culprit is your son, Saito Sejima. But you already knew that, didn't you?
What are you trying to say?
I'm saying we should make a deal. You give me one thing, and I promise none of this will be released to the public.
What is it?
Leave Saito with us. Tell anyone who asks that Saito is soul-searching on a trip around the world or something. Do we have a deal?
I didn't have much of a choice, of course. If I refused, Saito's crimes would be exposed and my political career would be over. Besides, I never held much love for him in the first place. She was practically doing me a favor. So, of course, I said yes. And in doing so, I was able to learn a secret of the Metropolitan Police Department. It worked quite nicely for me.
I can't tell if I like that this whole end game, you can talk to everyone and kind of wrap up, like, motives and everything. Like, why did A9 want you to contact Shoko?
I can't say exactly. The only thing he said was, I realized everything when Shoko arrived. I have to see her again. I had no idea what he was talking about.
At the time, Rohan was in the body of 89. Maybe Rohan realized it when Shoko came to visit the prison. That it was really Saito inside Shoko's body. That's what he meant by realized everything. Rohan needed to speak with Saito again, but he couldn't, not from inside Fuchu prison. Instead, he called up So and had him do it. Maybe he thought he could get Saito to visit again. Yeah, I can't tell if I'd like it or I think it's just a kind of like, I like the exposition, I like getting everyone's like motives and stuff, but it's also kind of like lazily like end game, just rush everyone like, oh, all right, here's this person, you go see all of them, you have to see them, you have to go listen.
I very much doubt that.
Yeah, you're probably right.
We parted without saying goodbye.
Oh, damn. I left Iris waiting. She might be angry. I gotta get back to her soon.
Where should we go next? 3 more. Let's go to the Kamakura office. Go see our friend Moma. The first guy to jump down and help save us during the whole scuffle.
Date, let me tell you something. God exists. When Tessa was in the hospital, I prayed to this shrine every day. And guess what? My prayers worked. God must have been listening.
Are you crying?
No, dumbass. I don't cry. I don't...
Yeah, you're crying.
Thank you, God. Thank you for saving Tessa. Anyway, what are you doing here?
Someone wanted to see you when she left the hospital.
Tessa, you didn't have to come see me.
I really wanted to see you.
Oh, well, in that case, yes, of course. I am here.
Now about Rohan.
Don't talk to me about that guy anymore.
Okay, I won't.
I know he was a murderer, a real piece of shit. But we were brothers. I can't be mad at him no matter how much he deserves it. But I can't just forgive him either, you know? So I figure, fuck it. It's better to just forget about it.
Wedding.
Wedding.
Dress! Bless! Tessa!
Imaging.
Compress. Process. Tessa!
Crime.
Redress, transgress, Tessa.
Crime, redress, transcript. Okay.
The net idol superstar!
Tessa!
A set, you bet.
So they became fans now too.
That's really cool.
What did you do to these guys?
Just a little propaganda. Sun up to sundown, I made them watch your videos, Tessa. They got addicted!
It's a way to do it.
Tessa! I'm so honored to meet you. Is it okay if I shake your hand?
You bastard! What makes you think you're good enough to touch her hand?
It's fine. It's just a handshake.
Yes!
The fat one ran up to her, and with a look of awe in his eyes, slowly took her hand.
So soft.
He shouted out in joy. And died.
What?
He fainted.
Too much excitement, I guess.
Jeez, Tessa's a force to be reckoned with. Wait, is he gonna be on the ground now? Yeah, he is. The fat one, he fainted. Okay. How's your injury?
Injury?
You got shot 3 months ago.
That was just a scratch. Didn't even hurt. I'm all good now.
That's good to hear.
Anyway, sorry to bother you, Moma.
Date, wait! Before you go, I have one favor to ask.
Oh boy, here it comes.
This is hard for me to get out, but...
Yeah, spare me. You want to see Iris's panties, right?
Oh.
Panties? I never asked for something like that.
Then what do you want?
Puff Puff.
No.
I'm sorry?
I want Tessa to puff puff me.
No puff puff.
You know what I'm saying? Just shove my face in there.
No.
Just...
Oh no.
Are you kidding me? You know what? Fine, I'll ask.
Dante, you're a real friend.
Horrible.
All right, close your eyes.
Yeah. Like this?
Good, yeah. Stay still. Do not open your eyes, okay?
Promise.
You ready?
Yes!
Okay, let's do it. 3, 2, 1.
Oh no.
Dante! I've never felt so alive! All these shitty years of my life have been worth it!
I'm surprised the other goon isn't saying anything.
Boss?
Let's go.
I don't know what's going on, but okay.
This is amazing! I am living!
To the Resagan residence.
Iris, didn't you say you were going to see everyone who visited you at the hospital today?
Yes, Mom. I still have some people to see. But Uncle really wanted to come here.
I said no such thing.
Come on, don't be shy. There are a lot of things you want to talk about, right?
Nope.
Come on, just do it.
But I'm not ready. Of course, I want to talk to Hitomi. I want to ask her all about what's happened the past 6 years. But that's not for me to ask. Even showing up here like this isn't right, honestly.
Uncle, you're so shy.
Iris is teasing me. Maybe I could use that sometimes. She can help me loosen up some of my rusted screws. About Iris's recovery.
Thank you. This is all thanks to you, Falco.
No, I didn't do anything. Also, that name.
Oh, sorry, Mr. Date. I'm grateful from the bottom of my heart.
How have things been?
Things have calmed down, thanks to you.
Oh, shit. I almost dropped the controller.
The school has changed, but being a teacher hasn't.
About Monica and Renju.
They were my best friends. We would always go to this little coffee shop after school. They had this old game machine there. It looked like a table, and it was about shooting invading aliens or something like that.
Never heard of it.
We talked about all sorts of things sitting there. Our love lives, our potential careers, things we didn't like about our teachers. It was their idea that I become a teacher, you know? They told me that teaching elementary suited me perfectly. Those were such fun times.
About your right arm. Can't ask her that. I was the one who did that to her.
No! Stop!
You got her. You shot her in the arm. Jesus. It always looks like there's like, nah, man, you're not coming back from that. I was silent, but she must have noticed by my face.
If this is about my arm, don't worry about that. You tried to defend me. I know that.
Tomi and Iris know everything that's happened so far.
You're too nice, Mom. I will never forgive you. You have to take responsibility.
Iris.
No, let me talk. Uncle will be your right arm. That's how he can make it up to you. Maybe not now. It might take some time, but I'll be waiting. One day, Uncle will stand on Mom's right side, and we can go wherever we want. The three of us. To the ocean, a river, an amusement park, barbecues, and we can make okonomiyaki.
Where's that hot plate I bought?
On the shelf.
And I'm gonna need a raincoat.
Hey, that's cheating!
You're planning on being covered in flour?
Of course! That's why it's fun!
6 years ago, I was an assassin. Nothing I can do now will make those crimes disappear. But if I protect them, make sure they're always smiling for the rest of my days, I figure that might be enough to outweigh my sins. Oh. I thought I had to do like a final thing. Headquarters. Imagine it'll be Boss and Pewter here.
I'm glad you finally got out of that hospital.
Thanks, boss.
Is Pewter here? Oh, Pewter is not here. Interesting. How are you?
Why are you asking? You see me every day.
Alright.
Are you gonna go to the
Can't
club
do
later?
pleasantries.
Interested? But you're still a bit too young. I'll take you when you're older. Promise.
Oh, shit. Cut that off a bit. About Iva.
Still thinking about her, huh?
No, not exactly.
Well, doesn't surprise me. You two were great partners.
I want to ask you something. 3 months ago, when we exchanged our final words, I look like I do now. I wasn't in Date's body, but Iba still obeyed me.
Second command confirmed. I understand.
You're underestimating the Wadjet system.
Huh?
Iba was no ordinary AI. She was human in so many ways, including the ability to see and think beyond the physical. She didn't need your voice or iris authentication or anything like that. She knew the real you and regarded you as her master. That's why she followed your command, despite looking completely different. I think maybe she knew your soul.
She knew your soul, Date. About 6 years ago.
Boss, I gotta ask. Why didn't you tell me about what happened 6 years ago?
I mean, it kind of makes sense. It was pretty sensitive.
Well, when Shoko's corpse was found, I didn't think it had anything to do with the Cyclops killer. I thought the culprit was Rohan Kumakura, remember? And he committed suicide a year before. I never thought that he was swapping bodies. And the other person responsible for the original Cyclops serial killings was locked up in Fuchu, making it impossible for Saito or Rohan to be involved. So, I didn't tell you. Besides, the sync machine being used to swap bodies is a national secret.
National.
I was ordered to never reveal that information to anyone under any circumstances.
So that's why you kept me in the dark?
Yeah. By the way, Date, I have a gift for you.
A gift?
Close your eyes.
Did as I was told, closing my eyes. When suddenly... What? Should I get pepper sprayed?
Don't worry, it's just some knockout
Oh,
gas.
what?
What?
You're going to experience something incredible.
What?
That's my present to you.
Why?
Shh. Sweet dreams, Date.
What?
This is the sync room.
What is...
Pewter?
Why? You are...
Was it, Kaniza?
It's Kagami!
Damn.
Kaniza, where did you even get that from? Only the first 2 letters are the same. Literally 2/3 of the name is totally different.
Well, you seem to be a joy. Did you sync with me?
I did not. But I did use the sync chair.
For what?
Something.
Why are you here?
Am I not allowed to be here?
Of course not. You should have been arrested 3 months ago.
Peter was working with Renju, or to be precise, Saito inside Renju. He was leaking confidential information to him. Peter also helped Rohan inside the body of 89 escape. Peter was immediately punished and fired from the force.
Yes, I was arrested. I'm eating awful meals every awful day in an equally awful detention facility.
Then how are you here?
I wonder.
Don't act dumb.
Date, it's okay. Boss brought him here.
She did? Why?
She told us not to tell you.
Huh?
Anyway, I'm sort of like his handler now. I'm supposed to be an inspector, but I was the only person qualified for this job. Kind of pathetic, isn't it?
Where's Iris?
Don't worry. She's with the boss. She's safe.
So, yeah, why am I here then?
Everything that the boss did, she did for you. Ask her about it. She truly cares about you, you know. That's why she kept silent about what happened 6 years ago.
Huh?
You were once an assassin. If your secret ever got out, your life would be effectively over. But the boss protected you by hiding your past. I don't think she wanted you to leave her alone. Now, who is she to you?
Okay.
Anyway, now that this is done, I'll excuse myself.
What did you do, though? What is it?
What happened to Boss?
She went home. She said she needed to do something in Kabukicho.
She left?
Anyway, forget about that. Let's play!
Play.
Shovel Forge.
I don't want to play Shovel Forge. Harbor Warehouse District. Oh, that might have been the last time we do the car thing.
Iris, why did you want to come here? Haven't you seen everyone you wanted to already?
Yeah!
Iris suggested that we come to the warehouses. Thought it was odd, but drove her here anyway.
Thank you for today. It was a lot of fun.
Is the date finally over?
Yeah, I guess so. Thank you. Not just for today, but for everything. 6 years ago, you helped me and my mom, and I'm so grateful for that. Will you close your eyes for me, Uncle?
You want me to close my eyes?
Yeah, please?
Wait. You want me to close my eyes? Do you?
Just do it, quick! I'm so nervous, I'm shaking.
Oh man. Oh no. No way.
Wait, what's happening here?
It's happening.
Tried to keep my cool.
All right.
Wait, I closed my eyes and...
Okay, open them!
I opened my eyes, and there before me was... Hey! Scold her. Be stunned, cry, be amazed. I'll be stunned. I'll be genuine.
Can't be.
We don't have time to be cynical here.
It's been a long time, Kaname Date.
At a time like this, I'm at a loss for words. I don't know what to say. You are, that is, who are you again?
You haven't changed. You're still an idiot.
You idiot.
You idiot, I thought you died. I was worried about you.
Pardon, but you were the one who issued the self-destruct order.
Just got a point.
Anyway, I want to know something. The number, 41205. There must be something to it.
It does not. It is only my favorite number.
Your favorite number? I see. Oh, sorry. I hear everything Iva says over this earpiece. I think I understand the meaning behind her number.
What does it mean?
Iris, do not tell him.
Uncle, think of the alphabet. What's the fourth letter?
410 4D.
A, B, C, D. It's D.
And the first?
A.
And the 20th? And the 5th?
It's the 20th. It's the 5th. D8. Is it Date?
I see.
What were the numbers for one? Was it 205? Oh, so that's where I was confused. I was like 20, so they're just combining. Okay. What's going on?
Allow me to explain. I, or everything that constitutes my I, disappeared completely 3 months ago, including all of my backup data. However, fragments of my data were being secretly uploaded to cloud servers around the world for years. By downloading and decoding these fragments, I was able to regenerate my memories and consciousness. It was the Wadjet system that brought me back to life. That system is responsible for proliferating my data. Wadjet is like a mother to me.
Okay.
And she protected me as her child. And I am forever grateful to my mother. Never underestimate the power of Wadjet.
So, why are you here?
To be exact, I am not here. You are seeing an augmented reality virtual projection of myself. My physical self is...
In my left eye?
Yes.
How did you get in there?
I see you have not become any more astute in my absence. Think carefully.
Everything that the boss did, she did for you.
At Abyss, when I lost consciousness.
Yes. Pewter embedded me in your eye socket.
I knew the whole time. Boss told me about the plan to restore Aiba. I wanted it to be a surprise for you, so...
Is this my thank you?
Yeah, but it's not over yet.
Anyway.
Aiba. Welcome back.
Glad to be back. I'm home.
Well, now that Aiba has risen from the dead, I think we should celebrate with a dance number.
What?
Do we?
Hit it!
Alright. You know what? For old time's sake. It feels only right. They're just gonna stare at her. Nice. This is the credits.
A permanent fire, cold frost on the pyre, fruit never expires. You've seen in your eyes, you've seen in your life. While the old bow their heads, while the blind lead the blind, the marble loses shine, the eye clouds by design. But we know in our soul the one hope, the one truth.
Oh, that's cute. She's enjoying it. I was enjoying it. Oh no. Oh, she's singing in too. Uh-oh. This is so stupid.
A punch to the forehead, my kick like a warhead. You're pinned on the floor spread. I'm queen of this bride.
Oh my god. New lyrics dropped. Oh no. This is... I can't believe they did this. Oh my god. I just got kicked. Oh my god. Yeah, Dante, get in this.
Although without me he's ineffective.
That's it, we're done. I'm walking out of here.
I'm home.
Welcome back.
While the old bow their heads, while the blind lead the blind, the marble loses shine, the eye clouds by design. But we know in our soul the one hope, the one truth, that if we believe we can make miracles. Even with the devils of time,
Yeah. Get it.
see the golden goddess with wings of rainbows, set sail through the night sky to embrace you. Resist, allow your heart to take you. Never let this merciless world erase you. Passing down the light of the torch to guide you, and you shall be bathed in light.
Oh, I love how all these characters. Was this every character that we got an entry for? think that's the case. In the glossary thing. Wow. Incredible.
By the way, everyone, the reason you can see me right now is because I'm projecting myself with special technology.
Like, we don't care, Iba.
Find your body. Oh, I'm kidding, Dante, honey. I love you. Kisses from Mama.
Hey, set, you bet. Man, this game. Thank you for playing. My eyes have been opened. My eyes have been opened. I agree. Would I like to save? Sure. I imagine you can just travel to any point in the game if you wanted to re-see certain scenes. Or dance has been unlocked in the title menu. What do you mean dance has been unlocked in the title menu? Okay, well, before I click dance here, before, you know, I guess this is the end of the series then. The end of the game, end of the series. It's how it rolls. I'll say, you know what? This fucking game, honestly, again, I'll first start by saying it's, you know, a long enough game, and I've put obviously enough time into it to the point where it feels, you know, I'm always like, at the end of like a long game series, I always like to wrap it up with like, obviously thanks for watching, both live and archived. If you enjoyed the series, I hope you enjoyed the series. I had a lot of fun. You know what? I had some fun playing this game. No, upgrading. I had a lot of fun playing this game. I think this is a fine game. I think you have to get over a lot of other things. I think the puzzle parts themselves are just silly nonsense, honestly. At best, the system that they build for the puzzles and the Somnium parts is just, it's clear that they want to try to, through both the way the time mechanic works and then trying to get it over 60 seconds left, and then the hidden object, that they kind of encourage you to replay them, and they're built on replayability even with the retry system and everything, where they kind of basically let you know that like the solutions to things are kind of stupid, for lack of a better term, and kind of nonsense. But a lot of the time that's just frustrating. I mean, I can see why people would be like, this is fucking stupid, and it is kind of fucking stupid, the Somniums. I think the actual story parts are actually pretty good as far as like a visual novel goes. I think this was well done. I think obviously I started off early on in the series. I was like, this is very much like the most irreverent parts of the Zero Escape series that would like poke through sometimes, just combined and made into like a game here. I think that's like super clear that this game is just like those parts all combined into a game, and then you put an overarching plot to it. Obviously the trademark kind of like sci-fi elements to it are somewhat interesting, where it comes to, you know, touches upon like, you know, multiple timelines and universes and stuff like that. You know, interesting. I think that the final big reveal I thought was a good enough payoff, honestly. I think, you know, I guess the biggest reveal that needs like the least amount of context is probably like, oh, you were inside the body of the biggest killer, the biggest bad guy the whole time you were playing the game from the beginning, basically. Like, that's the biggest surprise reveal. I think it's a pretty good payoff. I thought it was cool. I mean, you saw my reaction to it here. I think if you can get over the Somnium things, you can get over the wonky, or not even wonky, but like the weird moments, like the intentionally weird moments. It's clearly a game that has like a plot and everything, like a, you know, an interesting story and a mystery to it, obviously, but clearly doesn't take itself seriously too much, which some people are probably gonna bounce right off of, and some people are going to like and appreciate, you know, the tone that it has. So like I said, I think it's a fine game. I'm curious, because anytime I see people talk about this game on Twitter, because I've mentioned this before, but when a game goes on sale and like Wario64 posts a tweet about it or something, I'm always curious to see what like reception of random people online is, like in the, you know, the replies to the tweet, or like in the quote retweets or something. And like the way some people talk and defended this game and talked about how good it is made me think this was going to be like a surprise, secret, amazing game for some reason. And I don't think I'm on that level necessarily. Maybe if I sleep on it, maybe I like feel that, but I don't think I would put it that high up sounding, you know? I still think it was a lot of fun. I think the puzzles are just really hold it back and are kind of annoying sometimes when you think about it. I know this game is getting a sequel. I mean, I think it was supposed to be out by now, but then it got pushed back to, I think, mid this year. I don't think I'm going to play that at release. I'll probably want to play that at some point, though, but that might be like a next year game or something. I could get it, for me at least personally. I mean, I got this game on a massive sale. I think it's probably what I would do for the sequel as well at some point. I'd like to check it out, but yeah, just the way people talked about it made me think that it was going to be like super amazing, and yeah, I'm just not at that level with this. So but like I said, a fun time, longer than I thought it was going to be too. Like this ended up being massively long. Can I see what the hour count is at this point? 32, is that what I'm seeing? 32, almost 33. And that's with a couple of retries on the puzzles and stuff. I listened to all the dialogue. I did a lot of the optional dialogue and stuff. Yeah, it just puts me here, and I can move around this if I wanted. Obviously, I haven't really been, just because of spoilers and stuff, I haven't been keeping up with whatever the sequel is possibly even going to delve into. I would just hope that if they keep the same kind of structure and stuff, if they do that, which is fine, I hope they make the puzzles actually meaningful and better, or scrap it and start new with the kind of like environmental room puzzles, because I think they could do a lot better. I mean, we've seen them do a lot better. We've seen in the Zero Escape series they do room puzzles like this, and I just feel like this was like a weird step back. Like they wanted to not introduce, but like they did like the 3D movement inside of a room, but by doing that they just made like it's just like do a sequence of events and try to remember what the sequence of events are if you replay it, so that you're better and don't lose time, kind of thing. But we've seen interesting room puzzles in the Zero Escape series, so we know they can do it. Or at least, I'm not even trying to talk like the room puzzles in the Zero Escape series that much. I'm just saying we've seen them do it competently. I don't know what the reason for all this was. So I'll put it like that, you know. So that's my scattershot kind of review of this game. I know the thing is, like, people end up like get to the end of the series and then immediately like people will be like, oh, how did you feel about the game and stuff, and it's just like I say this a lot, like I usually, whether it's like a movie or a video game that I finish and roll credits on or whatever, like a TV series or something, like I generally prefer to like sleep on it, wait like 24 hours so I can like digest everything. Like I'm better thinking about it a little ways removed from it, especially like a night like tonight. Like I was said probably like 3 or 4 hours ago, like my brain is like super dead and tired right now from the work week and stuff, so like I'm not really critically thinking like everything about the game, everything I liked, everything I didn't like, things forgotten. I assume this just plays the credits, right? It can't be more than that, can it? Oh my god. I can't believe it. I was literally going to be like, this has got to be just the credits, right? And then there was a part of me, I didn't get it out before it popped up, but I was like, it's going to be like a video editor or like a, you can change.
Teacups that are flying,
Oh, it's like karaoke. I can do a journey through time. Permanent fire, cold frost on the pyre, fruit never expires. You've seen in your eyes, you've seen in your mind. Man, if I was really like into it, if I really wanted to give you a treat, if you're watching, I'd just sing the whole song. Oh, I can mirror the image. Look at that. I would sing the whole song for you guys at the end. That feels like that should be like the right thing to do, you know? Fire fade in you. The lyrics to the song are very funny. Like, probably like intentionally funny. Like, they're kooky. You know what I mean? So I can change background. Oh, it has to like load and pop in. I was like, why isn't it happening? I think when you pick it once, it kind of loses in the memory. Lyrics on or off. The UI, I can connections and secret conventions. This is just okay. This is just play at normal speed. I can fast forward. Wow, you can just. Why does it say slow unlocked? That's funny. Pause. Oh, the hair still moves and stuff, so resist. Resist. Now I'm just fucking around with this to end the series. I mean, I don't know if I'd brought this up, but I clearly saw in the, especially I think I first saw it in the first credits that rolled. We just saw like there was like a a dancer choreographed this whole dance for this and everything, and so you gotta imagine they probably did the same with the song. They commissioned like they made a song for it with weird, funny lyrics. And now here's the thing: I can change character. Shovel forge our world. Oh yeah, Dante, get it. Devils of time against you. Alright, now here's a play grand finale. I assume this is the credits then, right? Yeah. Alright, we'll end on this note. Like I said, I hope you enjoyed watching. I always, feel a bit of sentimentality for some reason whenever I finish a big series. There's always like it's like this release of like, just like, oh, it's done. Like it's just a thing that was a lot of time, a good amount of time. I mean, anything more than like 20 hours, I would say. Like maybe 25 hours, a game like that. I get the feeling, but I appreciate you if you watched, any parts of the series or the whole fucking thing. There's always that thought where I'm like, I know people watch it, and I'm like, it's crazy that they stuck through the whole thing, and I hope they had fun. Hope you enjoyed the game. I guess I should also say, let's see, we're coming up on the weekend here. I'd imagine we'll probably play a lot of Horizon still. I know Casey's mod for Inscription came out. I am aware that that's out now officially. I do want to play that on stream at least a couple times. It might take have to wait until next week. Kind of depends. But definitely some Horizon this weekend. I don't know about schedule-wise when tomorrow and Sunday, but yeah, we'll try our best. I'll try my best, Other than that, it's Friday morning now, so enjoy your weekend. Take it easy. Stay safe. Stay well. And I'll see you for the next stream, the next series. Go watch something else you want to watch on the channel, and I really love how they changed the lyrics for this. It's very good.
I don't wanna hide
All right. See you later.
I know I was wrong.